Can you please count to 10?
Yes, go.
Can you please count to 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. Can you please count to 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't hear them coming from the TV. Never mind, I can hear them now. I see you guys.
Works good.
Okay, wait.
I don't hear them coming from the TV. I can hear you guys. I can hear them now.
Okay, bye. Okay, keep the TV on. I'll call you back. Bye.
Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah, Ernest, I got too much sound. Can you help me with the sound?
I can hear you guys. I can hear them now.
Okay, bye. Okay, keep the TV on. I'll call you back. Bye.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, Ernest, I got too much sound. Can you help me with the- Okay, I need to not show my view. Kevin, I don't want to show my view.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, everybody. I'm here. And I, excuse me, okay. I think we need to flip this on. This is too low. This needs to be ready.
I will start starting up some things as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Okay, so I am looking for where to show it.
I should have got me a cushion to sit on.
Is it not? Oh, these are. Thanks.
It's okay, I got plenty of cushions.
What I need to do is make sure I. Okay.
So do we need to set up, do we need to move chairs?
The hardest part is, yes, I will be having chairs. So what I kind of want to do is tighten up the back, even though not everyone will be used. I'm going to be having 3 attorneys. So 3 here, and then this chair, I don't like at all. It's too, what's the word?
You want to move those from the side over here?
Yeah, but I probably will be using, I'll probably be using one of those round chairs, for one of my chairs in the front. Only because we don't know who's doing which round.
Right.
So.
I'm getting the foot for it, right?
Yep. So what I want to do is I'm going to stack chairs once I know where we're doing it. But in the meantime, I'm going to put one at the front anyways. So like this attorney's going to be sitting up right here. And then hopefully I'm going to have more attorneys there. I'm going to leave these alone just in case, so that there's at least 2, and then once the person in the chair comes. But then here's some other things that you can help with. I have 3 juries and 2 juries, so I'm keeping some of them, and then some of them I thought you guys could use for the score thing. That is for my kids' phones. Not jail. Yep. Right, these are pretty little pamphlets. Yes, let's see here. Sadly, it's all over the place. So what we don't know is the side. So what I'm going to do is give 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If you could put 1s together, 2s together, and 3s together in clipboard. And then what we'll do is say Jupiter Wednesday's prosecution, so everyone get that one.
Okay.
So you would just flip between one and the other, putting them, whichever, we just don't know yet. All right, so I'm going to set the judge up with what he needs. So what we do is you individually do each round.
Okay.
Then collectively, you're going to be adding the score for each round. You could do it in the middle, or you could do it at the end.
Okay.
This is like your total, so I'm not sure where this could possibly go, maybe.
Sure.
Okay. Don't know if this is necessary, but I gave this anyways. It's the list of our teams.
Hi, how are you?
Morning, how are you today?
Good morning, nice to see you again.
You as
And
well.
then these are just the order of the trial kind of. Okay, so more just FYI. Hi.
How are you?
Hi,
Well, nice to see you.
nice to see you again too. Thank you both for being here.
You're welcome.
Are you excited?
Yes.
Nervous?
Hello.
Aw, you look great.
Yes.
Is it fun to dress up?
Yes, it's fun to dress up.
What's up?
It's fun to dress up.
I know it is. Get more into it, right?
Yes.
All right, so I can't do a lot of setup because I don't know if I'm setting up my defense side or my prosecution side.
Okay.
So as far as the tables go, I will wait.
There's supposed to be 3 prosecution attorneys, including
Okay,
the defense
We
attorneys.
have-
There's 2.
I know. So we have extra chairs coming because these are so wide.
Mm.
We brought folding chairs.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is probably like, I'll just wait until the chair comes. But like, for instance, I might move this back here and put all the other chairs out. I just don't quite know.
Okay.
So thank you, and let me know if you need, I'm gonna be up and down. making
Do you
sure
need the coin
everything
for
is
the coin flip?
What's up?
Do we get the coin ready for the coin flip?
I will get that, you're right, I do need that out.
I was like, you want just a regular quarter or?
Yeah, do you have one?
Of course.
Oh, then yay. If you want to be the girl that does it, I didn't care, it doesn't matter.
I don't need to practice my flips.
What's up?
So don't need to practice my coin flips.
I am not a good coin flipper for sure.
Well, we just did probability with the essentials.
Oh, yeah,
so-
isn't that fun though?
It was, this was the first time I did it when the kids were slightly, or like old enough to like comprehend what was going on. I have the water.
Is that one yours then?
Oh,
Or
no,
Okay,
okay.
so I'm gonna get pens, do you have your own or you have a
Mine's light blue.
let me give you a black then, I'm sure. It'll be hard to,
Yeah, I was like, I should have, I was one of the things I was gonna do.
No, I had said I would bring stuff in case you prefer. I'm gonna give everyone two because if you have an issue. Right? Hi, Cindy, this is one of the jurors. This
Hi.
is Amy Marie.
You look so familiar, nice to
I
meet you.
know, probably we kind of all overlap at some point.
Well, this is true.
So yes, the hard part is
What can I
not
do?
knowing who knows people.
Yes,
Well, I
exactly.
can't set up the tables yet because
Okay.
we don't know.
Okay,
And so what I want
Right.
to do is, I have, do you know Jamie Cockshaw?
Yeah.
She's bringing some folding chairs.
okay, great.
Hopefully not like we're out back. in the
Yeah.
Woods kind of
Yes.
folding chairs, but I'm hoping the ones from church, so what we're gonna do is.
Put one on the end there, or?
I did not even bring one.
Oh, that's just for your water bottles.
Oh,
because
okay.
I just did the papers there.
Oh, that's right, I wanna put one more. Oh, you don't need one. I don't think-
Yeah, I have my.
That's where there's extra space, so
The
basically
jury's
we'll be
gonna
sitting back there. or-
We'll be back here, so
Okay.
I'm just playing you a chair, I don't need two, but I
Okay.
was thinking Marsha and you.
Okay.
Or you can definitely sit back there too.
Okay,
What I didn't like last year is not having to be able to get out,
yes,
because at some point I
true.
needed to
Yeah.
go. So Debbie Freeman is my proctor,
Nice,
but she is gonna be wanting to hear Grace live.
yes,
So I told her I would trade
okay, cool,
whenever, so I wanted to be close to the
nice.
end.
And
And
what
that-
about witnesses, where are they sitting?
So what happens is they'll be in their conference rooms.
Okay,
And then they'll go to this kind of like waiting room
Okay.
area.
okay,
And so my bailiff knows to walk to the door and say Emerson Jonathan.
okay,
Because in a normal court case, all the witnesses are not together.
Right.
So,
and they're not really hearing what's going on in trial anyway,
yeah,
right?
in this
So-
case, they will be listening
Yeah.
to the trial. It's just more like, it kind of keeps them,
Yeah,
so they're, and
So
after
they'll
they're
be-
done, they'll go right back to
Okay,
their
great.
right.
Well, I mean, for the learning purposes, it's good to see everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah,
Like how it really would be.
well,
that's cool.
yeah, like to hear how they say and what kind of stuff and just, yeah.
So
Because when I did it, I'm pretty sure we all just stayed together.
Standing in front of the camera.
can I show both the conference rooms? Have you
Yes,
seen them now?
please.
Okay,
Yes.
so I know, Amy Marie, for your sake, just in case I send families up, I will ask you to, okay.
I'm gonna get my sweater.
What you could just do is, are you Jupiter campus, or obviously, are you Jupiter Wednesday, Jupiter Friday?
Okay.
And then you'll just wanna put, oh, you might already know. Hi. Hi, guys. I'm Renee, I'm the director. So.
Nah, you look sharp. You dress for success, man.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My name is Emerson Turkin. I am glad to be here. I am here to just answer a few questions. Can you give a thumbs up? Okay, perfect. Can I mute myself? Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Testing. 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 Testing.
So you want your team to congregate in there for right
Yeah,
now?
so
we know who's. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull each proctor, each representative from each team for the trial. Now that you're saying it's pulled, I'm gonna text, I don't think that's too late to text the other jurors. I do have a blanket in my car. I can grab it if you want me to. Yeah, so I can't set up anything else. Oh, I can put some of these waters in the other room for my team. All right, I'll do that and I'll go downstairs. So that's not my time now. I'm going to the restroom.
There's a bit of space. So we're not right. It's cool. You're just trying to get the code or something. Yeah, I don't know actually. We'll see.
Where's the bit of space?
So it sounds to me like Bill is gonna be here. And so Veronica said that her bill, she's told them that they're gonna stand here basically when they call witness. Witness will be sitting out here, and then you'll kind of open the door and call them out here.
And then once they're called.
And then, yeah.
So when, okay, so when we do the coin toss, am I gonna have time, in case it says, am I gonna have to change?
Yeah. Cause I got one of the actors on purpose.
Okay, and so I can, because the waves are gonna be up here, right? So I can just. Oh, you are here. Hi, Sylvie.
Hey, brother.
Well, she knows that I did this at my high school.
That's awesome.
Oh, you did, no, I was a lawyer, like, I did mock trial. In high school. Really? Yeah.
I'm gonna let Renee set them up.
No, just once, but, that's cool. But I was talking to Renee, and I was like, I did this, and,
We
you know.
need basically two, like at the ends, but you know what, I think maybe just leave them folded. because
That's what I'm
you don't know who's
Yes,
first.
right, because I know our defense has a lot, but then our constitution doesn't.
Right.
So I figure I'm just gonna bring out some.
Have fun.
We were driving up, I'm like, oh, crazy.
Oh, that's perfect. Do you wanna, that'd be awesome. Do you wanna try Howard? If she's available first, that's the main question. It looks like we've already got the 1.5, but not, obviously not. Yeah, it's, I guess this is what you're gonna see here. But, well, actually, that's focused on the stamps there, so. Yeah. I'm doing fine. Yeah, and I was gonna say, just send her that stuff printed out for her Thursday.
Oh, you did it. Okay, I
Okay.
have a print out copy to it.
Yeah, that's great.
But I was on my.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm not,
That's great.
and now we should finish it really quick. And,
That's a really good idea, so I can send them to her.
really definitions for, what's it called?
Oh, nice.
Like I asked, or is it?
That's great. Good for you.
Yeah, I'll give her a little bit so that way she can start going.
And sounds really good. Thanks.
You guys need anything?
I don't think so. I think we're kind of just hodgepodge here. Yeah, it's, I don't know how long it's gonna be. I think we'll be done before 4, I would imagine. Cause I don't think every side is gonna take 2 hours, but I would, whatever works for you.
Alright, I'm gonna look up and see.
Yeah, or like, there's a Panera on
Oh, there is.
North Lake.
North
North Lake, there's a Panera, and there's Starbucks isn't seating, there's a Panera on North Lake, near 95. That'd probably be a good spot.
That's a little bit long. I would love to visit around this neighborhood.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Also, I forgot, there's like a Dunkin' Donuts on Donald Ross. Yeah. Yeah, there's, it's so fun because they're all different, I think.
Yeah. And it's a job, and
So, so crazy outside. Try Dunkin' Donuts, like, there's one on, Donald Ross. They're close to here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I already got this one with people that,
it's a little confusing.
and there was a distraction in the car. That's me. She doesn't know, when the judge walks in, she's supposed to say the honorable, and she doesn't know his name.
I'll,
That's
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I told her to come.
Thank you.
Wow, it feels so cold in here.
Oh my God.
So when this goes up here, right?
Right.
I'm right. When this goes.
Yeah.
Being here.
You want me to make sure? I don't think anyone will get on.
Being here.
I'm ready.
Back.
So, okay,
No,
what
you
is
do
it?
it for, what do you sign with? He did, he has an
So-
but I'm gonna put it on. one side.
Well, I'm a judge. Thank you.
Yeah. Put it on the- I think
So
we'll just-
you'll be like prosecution witness. So perfect, that's what the colors like.
Well, I don't have to look at you.
Never mind, I'm taking. All right, raise your right hand.
I don't know. What do you do?
Okay, ready? This is the really, that's hand now. Oh, the Bible, that's right.
Where's in there? It is.
That's not me, don't you know, what you call it.
There's like arguing order in the corner. Reason that's happening.
You have to take the
You
jacket.
can't touch it. Okay, well, we can-
I just like this.
If you
stand, you're
just
just.
say-
Oh, where you're.
There's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's there, he's sworn in, huh?
When you're sworn in, I think you stand.
Yeah, right, but once you're not, you're supposed to sit.
All right, go ahead, just do the whole.
Love it.
Take the jacket.
All right, 3, 2, 5. Let's do it again.
Turn around.
3, 2.
Do we have a problem?
Okay, that's better.
If you don't stop doing this with your shirt, purpose to help me. Okay.
All right, who's next?
Everywhere that you go.
Dorothy's like
Because she's not.
Oh, all right, so let's see, what else do we need to get from her here? Now, the other word, because like when you guys are doing your
everyone's.
opening, you're doing closing, I'll get pictures then. But then I also need pictures
I guess the 3 lawyers sitting together.
Yeah.
there we go. We just missing on that.
Yeah, we have like here before.
You could take some of her, like, you know, like swearing in, you know, or something.
Yeah. We can do that.
We test out everything basically. Because like,
Yes.
we did it on the day of,
Don't mess with it.
of the mocktrial and if you're.
Put your sheet on. Who's sitting there? You know, put the jacket back on, and then you know, you're like, okay, let's.
I don't know. No, Cameron. That, I was just confirming, Emerson first, then London.
What's the roll? You can put it back over here. Watch here.
Are you sitting in that?
Oh, I'm not, are you sitting in this chair?
No. I'm standing all the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was like,
great.
I was
Maybe
gonna
that's
say.
it over here.
I thought that, she said the witness is gonna be waiting out there, so.
Oh.
They want to see that makes sense.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So can I take a picture of you now? Should I?
Yeah, she's good now.
Where? Up there?
I hope. The back is a little bit messy.
I think it'll be good next to there.
Yeah.
Shades on.
You're the one with shades on, I take that.
Oh,
Thank you.
Holy, you're on.
I have my phone where Chris like.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I went up to practice. What I did was, make place for your honor and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. But when I found out, that it was only ladies, so it said, make place for your honor and ladies of the jury. And then I kept practicing mistakes. Okay, so
I'm gonna go down next.
may place for your honor and
I'm gonna take one.
members of the jury.
Oh, that's a good idea.
If they're all girls, then just.
Are you saying?
First, one man.
Okay, no, I didn't know who was volunteering.
And juror.
Yeah. Were you guys at home? Yeah.
Here's the
Oh,
judge.
yes.
What?
See you in the camera.
It is streaming right now, so they can.
Matter of fact, we should make it.
Yeah, we should go ahead and be professional.
I'm going in there, so style.
That's fun.
Only reasonable force is authorized. Sergeant Stites, expert witness, Los Angeles Police Department has trained thousands of police officers.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Good. Excellent. Lovely talk.
I guess very.
When you're, this is one of my fanciest times. When I'm playing the judge, I know everybody has to see the judge. It's a great time. Whereas when I'm the lawyer, it's like, what do I have to for? I gotta tell you, when you sit up here,
Sure.
and I've been doing this a long time.
Defense.
Stuff here. And then, you know, and everybody stands up, and you walk in the room as the judge, it gets to you.
That's funny.
It's very interesting.
Question.
I kids.
Question, do you mind if masks were moment?
I think it's saying masks, I just follow it.
Yeah.
I may be the judge, I'm not making the rules, so I just think it's.
So follow the protocol of the house.
Actually, we did it last year here as well, we had masks, I don't know, I mean, I've been vaccinated, it's the only benefit of being old. This is true, my grandkids up in New York think Pop is this little square in the corner of the computer. I got a 2-year-old I've only seen once, I'm growing up in 2 weeks, so, you know, it's back, getting some else. I just love the energy these kids bring, it's real.
And they put so much work into it, and I think they learned an awful lot.
It's very interesting, and I do one thing to each of them that's contrary to what they thought was gonna happen, just to see how they deal with it. I do it all the time, I mean, it's everybody. Oh, because, it's funny. One of the first things I learned in law school is the law is whatever the judge says it is that day. He could be completely wrong, but that's the law.
That's true.
It's the same as with the cop. The corollary is the guy with the gun, you do what he tells you. It's, and then, you know, they think they know the rules, and then the judge changes it, you go, but you gotta dance a little bit. My name is Rob Pfeiffer.
Ernest Modoc.
Nice to meet you. That's your son?
That's my son.
He's my court clerk or my bailiff?
No,
He's not, well, they all switch around.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. You see the kids that really like being the witness and doing the acting part.
Right.
But yeah, I started out, I was just telling somebody half an hour ago, my first argument of this type, I was 13, it was Kennedy, I'm old, but Kennedy Nixon, and I had a Kennedy team. And we were debating that. And then I did it in school, I did it when I was in law school, I was 14. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I think I have to get it back. And I just get a kick out of it. It's funny. I've done this, I don't know, 5, 6 years already. And there's usually 2 or 3, everybody they work hard, but there's 2 or 3 that's just, there's like a twinkle in their eye. They like talking in public, which is a tough thing. That's, of the thing that scares people, that's like the top of the list.
Absolutely.
For me, writing the papers is the thing I'm afraid of. I love talking. So, you know, you do what you're able to do, I guess. But the point is, I still remember that Kennedy-Nixon debate as a 13-year-old. Well, actually, I was 12. And these things are impactful.
Okay, Ernest, do you want to throw this to the men's restroom?
No, listen, the man's locked as well. Try the 4-3.
It's that.
All right, I will find out what it is.
I think your wife was, look, I just did not.
Oh, okay. No, this is just.
Collect my kids' phones and then I'm ready for, what do you call it? Yes. I hope, you're more leaded, since it's spicier in here. But I do have like, I'll get whatever I can. Okay. All right, so there's 3 spots, I'm gonna be wearing my other stuff I ordered, there's 2 more in there, okay. And then we'll all come back and talk to you just a second about any other.
Have we decided if people wearing masks or not in here?
Let's look at it.
I think that it was parent discretion.
Okay, it's really hard for kids to talk with a mask on.
Exactly.
I was at a hearing the other day, and I had difficulty, I've been doing this a long time. It's just weird, it throws it up.
I think when they're in here, I don't think because
Okay,
they're.
good, then it is easier for them. It's hard enough, well, they say speaking in public is like the #1 fear for most people. Or people like me that's what I do for a living. so
And
it's
they're
like-
already nervous. I can imagine like one more thing to like fiddle with.
Yeah, it's, yeah. And speaking loudly enough so everybody can hear you, something you can learn, but do a mask, it's not so easy. These are fun, I do this every year, I get a kick out of it.
At least it's a new case this year.
Yes, finally, I knew the other one way too well. This one's actually very subtle, this is a much more interesting case. I'm curious to see if they pick up the distinctions, very difficult. But it's fun.
It'll definitely be good.
This is on. Off. This should be off, is it?
Oh, look at this.
I just want to kind of look over the boards to see how we're supposed to score, like, that way I'm not trying to read it longer, talk about it, yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
You'll have fun. The kids are just, they really get into this. They really have invested a lot of psychic energy and I get a kick out of it. What we generally do is at the end, they get scored on their performance, whether the person's guilty or not is really the least of it, quite frankly. And then the way we've generally done it, we have each juror just give whatever comments you like. I try not to single out anybody if they do something really terrible, well, you use your discretion. But I usually talk in groups of what they've done, but whatever, if something's come up to you, just make a note of it, and that's what you can talk about. And among the 4 of us, we'll cover everything ultimately. We'll see how we go. Yeah, these are fun. Yeah, I was glad to get rid of all that stuff. It's getting old.
Yes. Well, I just have to say my own silence. Renee's cute girls are watching my 3 until we get home, so. I just need to keep that on just in case any questions.
For Rachel's husband, you know Rachel? Good. Her husband's like left with my child and 4 of her kids, 5 of her kids, I don't know. He comes them all, I'm like, oh, but.
So I think we had that babysitter 2 times this week. Like, oh.
I remember I did this in school when I was 12. I was the Kennedy side and Nixon side with the other kids. I'm a little older. But I remember the argument. It's just, these things are really impactful.
I was the lawyer and I was a witness, but I don't remember what our case was.
Then I went into drama because I like talking instead of writing. And then in law school, I was a 14 and all that stuff. And ultimately became a trial lawyer, which is how they work on these things.
My family wanted me to be a lawyer.
It's changed a lot. It's not as much fun as it used to be, quite frankly.
Agree with that.
And the lawyers are just, I've seen a little bit.
Yeah, right, what's her name again?
Robert Franklin.
Robert Frank.
We've had something that.
We have had
But
this
the
together.
young, I find younger lawyers, my son's a lawyer, and I tell him, don't be like that. they're just nasty all the time. It's just you're the enemy. Well, I'm not the enemy, I'm just on the other side. Tomorrow we could be on the same side.
It's just also,
It's changed.
it's changed a lot, and I think it's changed a lot in the last 5 years. Like
It has,
even,
it has accelerated.
I've been doing it so I've been in Smith for 11 years today, actually, because you just remember the day you were like
Congratulations.
sworn in, right? I mean, it's like one of those.
I would like to say I remember mine, but it was like 1975, so
I don't know, it just always stuck to me. It was like April 19th, and I remember that Judge Hanser was the one who swore me in. And I don't know, you just remember like all those things. So, I'd say in the last 5 years, it's gotten
it's just nasty.
nasty.
Yeah, it's.
And I think it depends on, it's like you say, like, now I do, first, when you and I had a case together, I was in criminal.
Okay,
So it was,
but you know, I sit around the DA's office, I've been on both sides, I know.
yeah, so now I've been doing insurance defense.
And that's my next path as well, that's how I read
So I've been doing defense for what, 8 or 9 years? 9 years, I was 2 years in the DA's and state attorney, whatever.
Yeah.
And I started doing this. So I do first party property, and there's a fee statute, you know? And so all of the young ones get in and they think they can like make it big, and like, you know, they just,
I'm sorry, can I borrow you for just a second? I wanted to introduce you to your lady. I'm Dallas, go ahead.
Very well, Miss Bailey. I like the extra touches and it's.
And then they never forget your name as well, so.
Oh, Robert Harper. You can just call me Judge. I gotta tell you, when you sit up there and you just like talk feet, you feel like hot stuff. Thank you, it's a very powerful thing. All right, Bill, if you control it. Let me make some noise, you throw them out. I'll back you up, no problem.
Thank you so much for being here. Great to see you guys.
I enjoy this.
What a fun day, right?
They work really hard.
Sorry.
It's okay, they work really hard. As I was telling you, I remember I did this when I was 12 years old.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
I was on the Kennedy side of the Kennedy-Nixon debate. That's how old I am.
Hey,
But I remember I was 12,
yeah,
and
that's
it
where you are.
had an impact. I learned I could speak much better than I could write, and that's how I ended up my career path.
I love it, and thank you, because that contributes to, you never know where these kids will go.
And
and your
also,
interests.
I do one thing to every kid that's contrary to what you already thought was gonna happen, just to see how they react. So I'm mean to everybody. But only I can tell you once.
He's not me, he's just serious.
But you know what? You think there's rules about this. You go in front of the judge, that's just done. So you gotta plan me. You know, the law is whatever the judge says it is that day. So, yeah.
I'm sitting here still, I'm just sure.
This is very, I'm glad to hear the little fact that I was
All right, could you go tap
This
anything
is
else?
very subtle. I wish we had legal instructions on culpability here because it really goes just across the
Well,
It's, but it makes for all kinds of different interpretations of the evidence. That's why it's.
Great, that's why it's so interesting, right? I feel like you really effectively argue the prosecution on the fronts, which is.
That's a
the
good
point, right?
point, right.
Yeah.
If you know, if you got a video of the photo of the guy with the guns, it's big, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, go.
exactly.
Is it just stand right there? We need to
Right, so we're gonna-
So, yeah.
Here, not on the. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, no, we're gonna go for
All right, good.
How's that?
Yeah, no worries.
So.
Do that too.
Different time? They're my personal protection. They need it, who knows?
Go on the podium.
Yeah, I guess it kind of set. So if you are, what would happen is my team does want to fence, so they can.
Okay.
It seems like she's prepped for prosecution, which is good.
Yes, yeah, she's.
Wait, are you guys deciding? They are
Attorneys wanted the prosecution in general.
Well, we already said we wanted to do defense. Should we
So
just
that-
agree with how the points on?
Okay.
Does that sound legal? Both teams already know what they want to
They
do.
want to do first?
Alright, we're in agreement.
Simplify the
Wait, am
process.
I right? No, I'm not, I can't.
No?
Wait, I just want to make sure Grace said defense. So let's just make sure when she comes in, because we can handle it that way instead of competitively. How's that? So great. I know. Oh, I love each other. Oh, I love it. So Grace, we have some good news. Okay, said they really wanted to do prosecution first.
Perfect.
Yes, yeah, we don't need a coin toss, you're here, yay. Come on in and have a seat and get yourself comfortable. And, yeah, you get to stay in the courtroom the whole time. So, if you guys are fine without a coin toss and without making it by your choice, you would still be choosing defense and you would still be choosing.
I would have chosen the best.
Alright, so are you gonna tell the defense team to be prepared?
I think we're gonna miss the defense side.
Okay.
We're excited.
Yeah,
I'm Julia.
The chair.
Nice to meet you.
There goes our other chair.
Okay.
So, Renee, do you know what help setting up? So Jupiter Wednesday is going to be defense.
You
Do you want help setting up? No, I'm good, it's just a few chairs.
I just can't remember how many they needed on their side.
Oh, in here with Emma?
So that's why I just asked her for you.
Okay, so Jupiter, so we're gonna do Jupiter Wednesday.
So you wanna be able to hear this?
Defense.
Yes, so, thank you.
So we're doing, but they're doing it twice, right?
Right, but we're gonna start with that one.
What's that? Is face smile planted on here?
Yes.
This is why I couldn't sleep last night. I gotta get some more people, like Marsha's gonna know us after today, I'm gonna be like, you get to leave next year. I just can't remember, if you guys are prosecution, do you remember how many attorneys you have?
We have two.
Then what I'm gonna do is, I think this is nice. That's so nice. Everybody's got squeezing out.
I bet you set up.
So it's gonna be a little taste.
Because we're Wednesday's defense.
I know, I thought last year to this year, I could presented these tight chairs any closer, so.
Yeah, oh, that's
I
true.
have a larger team than I did last year too, so I had to give them all as many assignments as I could. The rain held on. All right, I don't know, you guys look set if you have three.
No, we have two.
You're doing fine.
Prosecution sits
We're lead learners.
closest to the jury. That's my very first trial. The last thing I said to my boss, where do I sit? He says, well, if it's the tables are front and back, when I was a prosecution, you're in front. If it's side by side, you're closest to the jury box, which is true everywhere in the country.
Say my, say my,
But literally, I know so little, I didn't even know where to sit. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna do some quick pictures. Let's go ahead and have a seat. And this will just be, all right. Your witness, your witness. Come on over here, give me a second. All right. So if you can raise your right hand. All right, awesome. Now they're, one at a time. Yeah. Should I go for photography, right? Yes. I know.
I was teasing them downstairs.
Awesome. Okay,
Yes.
This is your preview to where you will be right back in a few minutes. Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kristen, you're all set, ready? There we go. Oh, Grace, 1 second, let me get a soda. All right, if you can have a seat, and we're just gonna switch attorneys. You can have a seat too. This is so because I'm a mom and it's like, where's
Everyone's gonna want it.
yeah. As soon as Kristen walks behind you. The only thing is that the chair is so dominant. Let me try another angle. Yeah, it's all right. I'll just try another angle too.
Which one is the prosecution?
All right, thank you. Shelby, you're already set up. Can I get you where you're sitting? Okay, go ahead. Let me see your notebook. Put that on top. You can sit or stand. It's just a single. I don't know. Look at that. There you go. All right. Mabel, where can we go?
Yeah, only know.
All right, if you can let me get a look, we got it. Yeah, that works great.
I think the other one.
We're all
Yes.
Yes.
I know this is going on.
Okay. You may not.
So you guys are
Yeah, he's all right. Sorry, it's not. Alright.
Alright, so first, second, I'll do this one.
Put it on the table. And then like, there you go, that was great. Alright, this will be, breaks when she comes back in.
So we
No,
got.
you have a seat, and you have all your.
Cameron.
Prosecutions.
Okay, everything I need.
I mean, not that.
I have a few things for you guys. I'm just gonna let my side know that we picked defense first.
So this is Cameron.
Yeah, just. Hi, Cameron. So defense first. Oh.
Okay, so Rebecca's a witness.
Oh, she's a witness. Okay. We got Cameron.
Either they want
Dramatics.
or.
Yes.
Dramatics.
Dramatics.
You might have to share it, I remember being in house.
Open court with authority and respect.
Who's the other?
This one right here.
Nikolai.
Oh, okay.
This is where, and then you guys have a cadence over there.
All this. All this. Thank you. I'll find that.
Three. Got it, capture them.
Is there a Taylor at that table?
That is a very good question.
Okay.
Let's see how.
You're just asking
most religions
who?
I would ask Ms. Rachel.
You're
I probably do in my car. All right, so. Yes. If you want to. Well, not do it. Separated. This is Rebecca.
Rebecca first cadence. Grace.
You're already, you need to have all of this stuff ready. Awesome. Okay, so guys, you remember this little picture is for. The order is. Oh, yeah.
I'm able to find.
Yeah, I know.
Shelby's all the
Curly hair.
I did some hands out. You do.
Grace.
Alright.
This is the one with her back turned.
Grace.
Just wait.
That's all I should do. The black,
It's a red.
red. You guys see these sheets, and
Okay.
they have colors in them. I know that's how you act like you would buy your shirts and ties.
So the two.
Like your.
Helen.
Since we are.
Like you have a blue tie on.
We're going this side. Alright. No, yes. Alright, we got this picture. Alright, it is 12:31.
Grace is not in here. Here's a witness. Fill in.
3, 2, 1.
If not.
Okay. So.
I'm just gonna kind of follow where you are on your sheet, not your numbers, but like if you're writing in that box, I'm gonna write that. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. I hope you are hearing me. I know it's 12:31. Thank you for your patience. We are almost on time. That's pretty close, but I know in some cases on time is late. So in the court of law, we're hoping to be on time the rest of the afternoon. So thank you so much for joining us. What we're going to do today is have a competition done twice for 2 rounds. So we have a group of 8th graders who have studied for the last 3 months a case that they're going to present both defense and prosecution. So our mission in Classical Conversations is to know God and to make him known. And so in Challenge B, you have the best chance to try something that actually happens in the real world and to find a way to understand how God loves order and design. We just thank you all for being here. I'm going to open us up in prayer and then we will begin. Dear Lord, thank you so much for this opportunity for every single family and student here today, for those that have prepared so much to be here. We thank you for clearing the schedule and even getting us inside the building before the rain started. We thank you for all the details that you help us with daily, and we thank you for your guidance. We pray, Lord, for these students who have prepared. We just ask for a blessing over them, that they will find every opportunity to know you and to make you known. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
And just,
live on YouTube, I'm sorry.
Perfect, we are live? Okay, so last thing is, students are uncommunicatable right now, if that's even a word. So if you are trying to reach your student, they need to be reached to the director only. So we are hoping to not have any text or any communication until the final round. So we'll be back soon.
Oh, this is definitely a tree.
Let's see if it goes. Madam Bailiff, can you close the door, please? Announce the case, please.
The case is the Commonwealth versus Zilius.
Welcome to my courtroom. My name is Robert Franklin. I am the judge for this trial today. This is the case of the Commonwealth versus Tatum Zilius. I'd like to review my rules on the admission of exhibits, just so that we're all on the same page. There are two different ways that you can get evidence in or exhibits in. The first is if you have previously agreed to it by what's called a stipulation of the parties, that a particular document or photograph or whatever it may be is authentic, has something to do with this case, and neither of you objects to it coming into evidence. However, the ultimate decision as to whether or not it comes into evidence is mine. I have to determine if it's material, if it's relevant to any of the issues at trial, and if it can help the jury to understand what this matter is about. But just because you may have stipulated between both sides about a particular exhibit doesn't mean it will necessarily come into evidence. But we'll see how that goes. The other way is if you don't have a stipulation, and there is a process that has to be followed. The thing itself must be marked for identification. If I ultimately do not allow that thing into evidence, you will at least have a record for an appellate court or a higher court that I may have made a mistake. If it's not marked for identification, it has no way of existing for appeal. In addition, with respect to the matters that are stipulated to, I will assume that each side has a copy of that exhibit. If that's not the case, please let me know as it's happening. With respect to an item that has to be marked for identification, after it's marked, it has to be identified as either a photograph, a document dated such and such a date, so that we know what it is. There can then be, it must be shown to the other side. They may then stipulate to it, and then it directly comes in. If they don't, then there will have to be some presentation as to why this thing should come into evidence and why it relates to this trial. Additionally, when you are first speaking in court, and I'm speaking to the attorneys here, when you must rise when you speak. If you make an objection, you must rise. There are too many people here. If you don't stand up, I'm not going to know you're objecting. I may not hear your voice, and then it may be too late. So if you have an objection, you stand up and you say object, and we'll deal with it. Also make sure this room has a coffered ceiling, which has a tendency to absorb sound. So please speak loudly enough so that all of us can hear you. I was taught to pick the farthest corner of the room and speak to that corner. If that corner hears me, then everybody does. You should follow something similar so that your voice projects throughout. If we don't hear you, you do not exist. Plain and simple. You don't go on the record, it's as though you were not even here. And every time, the very first time you stand up, since I don't believe I've seen any of you attorneys before, please just tell me who you are, and then the jurors can also understand who you are. So when the first time you speak, you introduce yourself, and then whatever it is that you wish to speak about. Okay, this is a case entitled The Commonwealth versus Mr. Zilius. I have very little information about this other than the fact that I have seen the charging documents, and this is a criminal action charging the defendant with reckless homicide in the deaths of 2 people at a construction site following a collapse of a crane. That is what we will be dealing with today. Is the defendant in the courtroom? Mr. Zilius?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Zilius. And you're Tatum Zilius?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We start every criminal trial knowing whether or not you plead guilty or not guilty. How are you pleading?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Very well, thank you. At this point, we will have opening statements. The prosecution has the burden of proof on all of the elements of the crimes charged. And as a result, they give their opening statement first. And because they have the burden of going forward, they will do their closing argument last. They go first and last. And the defense will go second in opening and first in closing, so that we all understand how this will be conducted. Who from the prosecution will be making the opening statement?
I will, Your Honor.
And your name, sir?
Cameron Mola.
Very well. Please proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor, and members of the jury. My name is Cameron Mola, and these are my co-counsels, Maddox Richard and Nikolai Gabriel. This case is about how a reckless woman not only destroyed a crane, but took the lives of 2 people. On 2010, Zilius had a dream to construct a public housing development at a place called Franklin's Stretch in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She knew the project would cost a huge amount of money. So she decided to ask the mayor, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the Commonwealth of Philadelphia to help fund the project. They wanted to help, so they all came together and agreed that if Zilius was able to finish the project before October 31st, 2012, she would receive $25 million. She gladly accepted. So she immediately started the project around the end of 2010 with the help of site supervisor Emerson Turkin and crane operator Micah Eshelman, who functioned crane called Bison Shell. Things started out smoothly at first, but then later, on January 2012, when Zilius visited the site, she thought the project was not moving as fast. So she made major changes to the site. That was cutting down on safety suites, meetings, and adding numerous shifts, forcing workers to work overtime. And work was getting done faster, but the results, injuries and accidents increased, and she started receiving violations for her major changes. But she didn't give any attention to the matter. And then later, her decision-making became worse. She continued a dangerous lift with 2 major risks. 1, the crane fighting Phil would have to lift 2 overweight panels, and 2, in high gusty winds. Now, the panels, they were over 200 tons over the max weight capacity limit of the crane. It could make the crane collapse. But Zilius still proceeded, and the winds, they could impede the safety of how the lift went. But Zilius still proceeded no matter what, with her fiery determination to finish the project on time. What was the result of the lift? The crane collapsed into scraps of metal during the lift descent. And 2 people died, named Artie Dent and Grace Hopper. So today, the prosecution, as we will prove to the court, that's due to Tatum Zilius's reckless decision-making, she caused the crane to collapse. Now, our witnesses will be Emerson Turpin and Levin Packard. Like I mentioned before, Emerson Turpin was the site supervisor of Project C. When she first took the job, she was ready to take action no matter what. She was ready to watch over the site, make sure there were no injuries, no accidents, and everyone followed the safety guidelines. She wanted to create a safe environment around the site. But Zilius destroyed it on that visit in January 2012 because her thoughts showed that the project was not going as fast. So she will testify how she was taken over by Zilius, and she will also testify how she tried to warn Zilius numerous of times to stop the lift. Our last witness will be London Packard. London Packard is a leader of the people called squatters who inhabited Franklin's Trench for many years. She will testify what she saw inside the site after Zilius made those big changes. She will also testify how she found a letter in the trash can not approving the lift. Now you will hear from the defense that one of the squatters, Artie Dent, could have taken down the crane. But that's just a bunch of propaganda. You will hear from the prosecution, from our evidence and our witnesses' testimonies that Artie could not have possibly taken down a crane that huge, and that Zilius's reckless action led to the climax of the crane collapsing. So we beg the court to find Zilius liable for third-degree murder on 2 counts. Both Grace and Artie had normal lives, but when the day of the lift came, their lives ended at that point. Now, Zilius could have acted on safety concerns, could have followed safety guidelines, basically done the same thing that Emerson was trying to do in the first place, make a safe environment around the site. But unfortunately, she didn't. She was blinded by money and a deadline to finish on time, instead of human life itself.
Thank you, Counselor. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are?
And Your Honor, my name is Katie Kidd, and I'll be making the opening statement. Please allow my co-counsels to introduce themselves.
Your Honor, my name is Taylor Ripple, and I will be delivering the closing argument in cross-examining London Packard and Emerson Turpin.
Your Honor, my name is Nicole Dvorak, and I will be directly examining Reese Denver.
Your Honor, my name is Shelby Timber, and I will be directly examining Micah Stratton.
Very well. We've already heard from Ms. Zilius, so I think I have your entire bench covered. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the judge and the jury. This case is about an innocent woman who was wrongly convicted of third-degree murder. On August 30th, 2012, Tatum Zilius, the defendant, was held a meeting to discuss the safety of lifting 2 overweight roofing panels. The people at the meeting were Grace Hopper, Emerson Turpin, Tatum Zilius, and Mike Stratton. Grace Hopper had some concerns about the lift, about it being too windy and the roofing panels being overweight. However, Zilius had consulted Micah, and Micah had said that the crane had lifted panels over that much weight before, and that he believed that he could lift it. Zilius chose to proceed with the lift following Micah's advice. The next day, August 31st, 2012, Micah managed to get the first roofing panel onto the building. But however, during the second, a big gust of wind hit the crane, which caused the crane to collapse, and it caused the deaths of Artie Dent and Grace Hopper. Our first witness will be Tatum Zilius, the defendant. She is the president and owner of Project C and was there at the day of the lift. Our second witness will be Reese Denver, a reporter. He was also there at the day of the lift, and he was also an eyewitness. Our third witness will be Mike Stratton, the crane operator. He has 18 years of crane experience, and he was the one that was operating the crane when it collapsed. We will prove that Tatum Zillis chose to proceed with the lift because she believed it was safe. We ask that the court find Zillis not guilty of the crimes that she has been falsely accused of. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. Prosecution, wish to call your first case? First witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I call Emerson Turpin.
Madam Bailiff, can you swear the witness, please?
Yes, sir. Do you affirm the evidence you give to this court here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're glad that you're here on this day. We're just here to ask you a couple of questions. So before that, tell me about your education and.
Excuse me, could you just say your name fairly loudly so that all the jurors know who you are? Thank you.
My name is Emerson Turnkin.
You can proceed, Counsel.
Tell me about your education and your work experience in the construction field.
I have a degree from Penn State in construction management, and I've spent 30 years working on job sites.
Impressive. How did you find out about Project Lead?
Julius approached me in 2011, told me about the trench project, and promised that I would have complete site control.
So did you know anything about Celia's before meeting her?
Yes, I knew that she had a policy of fast means good, fast means profit.
What was your position on Project Z?
I was site supervisor.
What were your responsibilities as site supervisor?
I made sure that the site ran safely and that everyone was adhering to the OCIS code.
So how did you make it safe?
I spent at least 2 hours a day on safety protocol and sweeps.
Can you define sweeps?
Sweeps are an examination of an area, basically to make sure there's no extra tools or equipment lying around, cleaning it up.
What were the results?
The site was extremely safe.
Good for you. Was Celia satisfied with the progress of the project?
At first she was, but later she was upset that the project was not moving as fast as it had at the beginning.
What did Celia do to speed it up?
She cut down the amount of time I used for safety meetings and safety sweeps and meetings, and she added 2 more shifts, forcing the employees to work overnight.
What were the results of her changes?
The project was moving faster, but accidents and injuries were increasing as well as violations.
Were there any other decisions she made?
Yes.
What were they?
In April 2012, she decided to proceed with the lift using panels.
I'm sorry, you mean that. Can you say that again?
In April 2012, she decided to proceed with the lift using panels.
Was there a concern about this matter?
Yes.
What was it?
The panels were 200 tons over the max load limit of Fight and Fill, the crane.
Did Celia still proceed with scheduling the lift?
Yes, she did.
Does Celia often ignore your safety concerns in the site?
Yes, as a matter of fact, on the night before the lift, a weather report came in showing that high winds were coming our way.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce as exhibit number 1, weather report.
Is this an item that has been stipulated to by both sides?
Yes.
And and you have marked it as what exhibit, or not yet?
Exhibit number 1.
All right, we're gonna have the prosecution using numbers, and if the defense puts in exhibits, they will use letters. So this will be in without, I'm hearing no objection from defense, this will be exhibit number 1 in evidence.
Mhm.
You may proceed.
Would you please read for October 31st at 12 a.m. The wind,
Excuse me, Counselor, I think you misspoke. Is this August 31st or October 31st?
August 31st.
You're asking this witness to read this exhibit and explain it to you?
yes.
Fine. Go ahead.
We had a wind of 5 to 15 miles per hour with gusts of 20 miles per hour.
Could you read the next one? 12 high.
We had a wind of 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts of 23 to 26 miles per hour.
And can you turn the page, please, and read the wind for August 31st, 3:15 p.m.
I do not have that exhibit.
Okay, the next page.
Exhibit 1 is a single page document. Are there additional pages to this document? This exhibit?
Yes.
Counsel, kind of wanted the defense counsel to come up. I want to discuss this. And then you want to defense. All right, proceed. This is the same as this. So this is the second page. This is other two. Is that correct? So there should be 3 of these total. Yes. Okay. Then this will. This is the. We're going to mark this as exhibit 1 because this has all 3. And does the witness have one with all of the pages? Okay, well, it's your witness. It's your exhibit. Make sure she's got it.
Yes.
Exhibit or part of the exhibit. This is exhibit 1. This is what you can work on. I'll take that one back so we don't have confusion. Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, Counsel.
Could you read 3:15 p.m. the winds?
The winds were 25 to 27 miles per hour with gusts of 30 to 35 miles per hour.
And so did Celia speak in audio about these political voice?
Yes, she did.
So despite the risk of this left over winds and gusty winds, did the crane still go?
Yes.
What were the results?
The crane collapsed into scraps of metal and 2 people were killed.
So out of all of Celia's reckless decision-making on the site, did she ruin the safety of Project C?
Yes, she
Objection,
did.
Your Honor. Assume facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Could you rephrase the question, please?
Out of all of Celia's reckless decision-making.
Objection, Your Honor. Assume facts not in evidence.
Sustained. I think the issue, Counselor, is you're using the phrase "your reckless decision." That's an issue for this jury to determine. If you could rephrase the question without that, I suspect the question will be acceptable.
Okay. All of Celia's decision-making, did all of them ruin the safety of Project C?
Yes.
No further questions. Your Honor.
Thanks. Counselor, can we assume that you're going to be questioning this witness about exhibit 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then keep it and you'll have it. Again, please state your name so we know who you are as you begin.
My name is Taylor Whipple, and hi, Mrs. Emerson. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. I'll get out of here in no time. Did you yell at London Packard and Mr. Waters?
Yes, I did.
Did you start the feud between the construction workers and the Waters?
Yes.
Is it true that tools are being left everywhere on site?
Yes,
Is that dangerous?
Yes.
Did you see a squatter messing around Bill?
Yes.
The same squatter that Bill took their life?
Yes.
Is it a hazard to have squatters running around the site?
It is.
So if you're completing your sleeps, would you have taken care of that list?
Yes.
So you weren't completing your sleeps?
I was completing my sweeps, but the time was shortened for them by slaves.
When was the record report you showed Tatum from?
It was from August 31st.
What time?
It was 12 o'clock a.m. So that wouldn't have been a concern if the lift was at 3 p.m. Right. So why would you show him an invalid weather report? I showed Zilius several weather reports, including that one. You did? Yes. It says that you showed him one from the night before also. Yes, that was the first weather report that I showed her. There's no record in your witnessing that you've shown him more than one. Thank you. Was the bare minimum done for the lift? Yes. Did Micah ensure that he could do the lift? Yes. Is Micah a trained crane operator? Yes. So his advice was crane looking better than yours, right? Yes. So his advice was to go ahead and lift. Yes. What would you say your job is on the construction site? To make sure that the site ran safely. Weren't there a lot of workers getting hurt? Yes, there were. Is it true that on line 62 of your statement that you said you stopped caring and your heart wasn't in the work? Yes. Is it true that on line 62 and 63 in your statement, you said that you sat in your office and mindlessly signed papers? Yes. So did you perform your job of keeping the construction site workers safe if you were mindlessly signing papers in your office? No. So you didn't go do your job? I suppose not. Did Micah Stratton run ELS? I am not sure. Okay, did Micah Stratton work for ELS? Yes. Did Micah ensure that he could do the lift? Yes. And if Micah ran ELS, wouldn't his word, whether he could use his crane or not, be good?
Objection, assumes facts not evidence.
Yes. So would this lift have been legal? No. But it might have. No, we did not, as far as I know, we didn't receive permission to do the lift, but. You did from Micah who runs ELS? Yes, we did from. So it would have been legal because you received permission from the owner of the crane? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any redirect? The witness may step down, but before we call the next witness, can you publish the exhibit 1 to the jury so they can see what's happening? Bailiff, why don't we keep all of the evidence here? And if anyone needs it, we'll have great access to it. So we have exhibit 1 here. Does the prosecution have further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, state your name if it's the first time you've spoken in court, and then call your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Nicola Gibbons, and I call London Packard to the stand.
Do you refer that the evidence you give to this court and jury is actually?
Yes. Good day, Ms. Packard. I have a few
Wait
questions.
1 moment, please. You may proceed.
When did you arrive at Franklin's Church?
Well, I was looking for a place to call home when I found Franklin's Trench in 1975, and it was perfect. It had good shading for hot days, and it had steam vents for cold nights, and it even had some soil to go basics in summer.
While you were at the Project Z site, did Zillies cut down on safety speed tunnel?
No, actually Emerson Turnkin did, but only acting under Tatum Zillie's orders.
What are some examples of the injuries you saw happen to the workers at Project Z?
Well, I saw one person's foot get run over by a forklift. I saw one person nearly get electrocuted by wires and puddles. And I saw one person fall off a ladder and get carried off by a stretcher.
Can you describe Artie Dent, please?
Artie Dent was one of the trenchers and he had mental problems, so he was supposed to be on some type of medication, but he didn't take it because he thought it was a fraud against him. And I don't think he would hurt anyone, and he didn't have the tools or the concentration to do anything dangerous.
Did you know Artie well?
Yes, I did.
Do you think Artie could have taken down Crane?
No, I don't think he had the tools or the concentration to do that.
Who promised you that they would help you to stop construction at the Project Z site?
Reese Stettner did.
Who is Reese Stettner?
Reese Stettner is a reporter, and she was trying to get the information about Project Z from me.
Why was Reese trying to, okay, sorry. Never mind. How did Reese try to help you stop construction?
Well, he tried to stage a sit-in with Tatum Zillius.
Did this not happen?
No, unfortunately, we were stuck with Emerson Turnkin.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce the Marmot and Exhibit 2.
No, let's see. Exhibit 2 is the one you on, is that correct?
Yeah.
And this is by stipulation, is that correct? Fine, we will come into evidence as exhibit 2, and then be shown to the witness first. You may proceed.
Can you identify this, please?
This is the letter I found saying that.
When did you find this?
I found this letter on August 24th, 2012.
Where?
I found this in the trash.
Can you please read the letter?
The City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspections is in receipt of your application for permission to conduct a construction lift above engineering limits. Although the application was well documented, additional information is required before you can reach a final agency determination of your request. Specifically, we request the following: a complete lift history for this crane, including all lifts above engineering tolerances. A complete maintenance history for this crane, a complete resume of all lift personnel, including those on lift above engineering tolerances, a record of insurance for the crane being used in the lift, a diagram showing how the crane is presently anchored, including the density or concrete used in the pillings, a weather mitigation plan if the lift may be conducted in adverse conditions, and documents showing how the engineering tolerances were calculated for lifts like the ones in question. Please submit this information within 14 calendar days of this request. A failure to respond to this letter could be deemed a basis for denial of your request. A final determination of your request will be made within 30 days of your revised submission.
Who was this letter addressed to?
This letter was to Tatum Zillius, Emerson Turnkin, and Michael Stratton.
Can you describe August 31st, the moments right before and during the collapse of the crane?
Well, the first lift started around 11 and it didn't start off well. The panel was twisting and turning it in the air. And around 3, the second lift started, and Grace Hopper immediately saw something was wrong. So she came down from the manager's office and raised a red flag to stop the lift. Shortly after, Kate and Zilius came down and took the flag from Grace Hopper and raised the green flag to start the lift again and went back to the manager's office. Shortly after, the biggest gust of wind that day tore through the air and Fayetteville collapsed.
Are you absolutely sure that Zilius took the flag from Grace Hopper?
Yes, I'm sure that it was Kate and Zilius.
Any further questions?
Thank you. And you may be seated, Council.
Good afternoon, Ms. Packard. So what was your job on the Project C?
I wasn't.
So you didn't work Project C?
No, it's
What's your relevance to this case?
not. Well, I was living in the trench before.
Was the Franklin Trench your perfect home?
Yes, it was perfect.
So your perfect home was a trench on the side of the road, which you lived for free.
Yes.
Was Artie Dent a mental patient?
Yes,
Was Artie on medication for this mental disorder?
he was supposed to be, but he didn't.
So he didn't take his medication.
No, he barely took it.
Did Artie Dent mess with fighting Phil regularly?
He would mostly just mess with the site, like moving the tools and tagging.
So did you ever see him around fighting Phil?
On August 31st, I saw him.
I'd like to enter the witness statement. Thanks, enter his witness statement. Sorry, Your Honor, I'd like to enter Emerson Turpin's witness statement. London Packard.
May I see the document, please?
Yes.
Has it been previously marked?
No, Your Honor.
Does the other side have a copy of this?
They do have a copy.
So you're offering, so why don't we mark this for identification as defendant A, which is a 3-page document. Prosecution? Have an issue with this going into evidence? I do, it's not going in. It's not how the statement is used. You may question her about this. If she gives a statement, if the person gives a statement that's contrary to this, then you may be able to allow to enter it in, but at this moment you cannot.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would Artie sit turning some sort of wrench in his hand?
Yes.
Would this be the same wrench that was still found in fighting through after collapse?
Objection assumes facts not evidence.
Could you state the question again, please, for me?
Was this the wrench that was later found in fighting through after collapse?
I'll let the question come. You may answer.
Yes.
So Artie could have had something to do with his whole crane collapsing.
I think it is possible.
Could this accident have been karma coming back to bite him?
Yes.
Did you see Artie on August 31st near the big crane?
Yes.
From your understanding, was this lift legal?
No, I don't think it is.
Why would you think this was?
From the letter I found.
But wasn't that tampering with construction site documents since you didn't work on the site?
Well, it was in the trash.
So, okay. Did Emerson ever act out of line towards the squatters?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Oh, yes. Did Emerson ever act out of line towards you and the squatters?
Yeah.
Did you know that you and the other squatters were trespassing on the construction site and vandalizing it?
Yeah.
Was this dangerous?
Yeah.
So what I'm getting to is a very slight advisor that screamed in your face and obviously had an issue with you. You knew you were on site and it was dangerous, yet did nothing about it.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Ready to redirect? You may step down. And can we just also the exhibit from her and publish it to the jury? Next witness. This is a constitutional arrest. Yes, stand up and that's that.
Constitution.
Does the defense have a case to be put on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
All right, I'd like to call my first witness, the defendant, David Gillis.
Bill, please take the stand. Bill, swear you in.
Do you affirm that the evidence you give to this court and jury is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you mind telling the court the name again?
Tatum Zillia.
What was your education?
I was my high school salutatorian, and then I went to college and got my MBA,
What is an MBA?
master's degree.
When did you start Project Z?
January 2010, and it's because there's a huge opportunity in public housing
What was the goal of Project Z?
to make the world a better place and to keep me funded into retirement.
Why did you choose Fighting Bill as a crane instead of a different crane?
It was the best train in the Mid-Atlantic
Why did you decide to hire Emerson Turkey?
because she knew enough to be able to get things done right and safely, but also quickly.
Why did you start spending more time on the job site in January?
Because when I visited the site, I noticed that the foundation was fairly late, and that was supposed to be done 2 months earlier. And what was done was covered in graffiti.
Well, did you decide to change it?
Me and my workers decided to cut safety speed and breathing time down, and we added another shift.
Did that change anything?
Yes,
Or what did it change?
the workers were really inspired to get work done.
When did you learn the roofing panels were overweight?
In April of 2012.
What did you decide to do?
Well, I asked Micah Stratton if it would still be safe to lift, and he said yes, and that the crane had handled that load and loads over that before. And I asked Emerson Turpin to write the letter to the city asking permission to move the lift.
Who waved the green flag for the second lift?
Grace Hopper,
What time did Grace tell you about your weather report?
around 2.
Your Honor, I'd like to reference Exhibit 1.
Sure. Let's have exhibit one.
Could you read for the court the wind limits of the crane for the 2 o'clock one, which is on the dot?
The gusts were 23 miles to 26 miles per hour, and the wind was 10 to 20 miles per hour.
I'd like to reference Exhibit A or Exhibit A. I'd like to bring in Exhibit A.
Well, we already have a statement of.
Oh, okay, exhibit B
that has
then?
been marked as for identification as A, so now we're.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay.
Exhibit B.
We're now going to be, what is the item that you wish to have marked?
The crane rental term sheet.
Is that an item that has been stipulated to, or not? Mark a 3-page document, which on the first page is entitled Train Rental Term Sheet. And you want this marked as Defendant B, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does the prosecution have any objection to this? And as Exhibit B, does the other side have a copy of this? Prosecution has a copy of that which I have now marked as Exhibit B? Yes?
Could you read the, on page 3, the limits for the wind of the crane? Maximum.
The wind gusts were at 30 miles per hour,
and the sustained wind was 24 miles per hour.
So were the winds within the limits of the crane?
Yes.
And what did you say in the middle of line one of your witness statements?
Objections or may not ask the question that way. You may ask to elicit that information that may be contained in the previously written statement, but the matter.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Prosecution, Mr. President. Before we do that, can we give exhibit D to the jury? Thank you. Proceed.
So how did you start your construction?
Well, after high school, I decided to fix up a house. And after that, I just kept fixing up houses.
And what did you do after investing in money? After investing in houses?
Well, I sold the company, and then the opportunity in public housing came up, and I took it and started Project B.
Before you came up with Project Z, did you make any specific type of house?
I pretty much flipped houses. So I would take rundown houses and neighborhoods, and I would turn them into huge, wonderful houses.
Do you remember the name of the two homes?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. But we don't have a witness statement.
Witness is already indication doesn't know, so we'll let it go. Thank you.
So how was Project Z?
Well, me and the city worked some contracts, and they gave me some money to help with building of it. But at one point during the project, I ran out of funds and then used out-of-pocket expenses.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce into evidence Exhibit C, Memorandum of Exhibit 3, Memorandum of Understanding.
Has this been previously agreed to? Submitted to, or is this? Yes, and the other side has a copy of this? And am I correct, it is a one-page document, is that correct?
It's a two-page document. Yes.
So, am I correct that exhibit 3 that you're marking for identification is a two-page document which is entitled Memorandum of Understanding dated November 12, 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
Does the defense have any objection to this kind of evidence?
Yeah, Your Honor.
And we will admit it in as exhibit 3, a two-page document. You may inquire with respect to that.
Could you read Memorandum of Understanding, starting from number 5, and stopping at part B of number 5?
For its work in developing the Franklin's Trench property, Project Z will be paid as follows. Upon completion of all structural work, including all work, roofing, on or before December 31st, 2011, $30 million. On or before October 31st, 2012, $25 million. And on or after November 1st, 2012, $15 million.
Which date did you choose?
Well, I knew we would never be able to hit the December 31st, 2011. So me and my workers tried to hit October 31st, 2012.
Could you please refer back to the Memorandum of Understanding and read, just only read number 7, no paragraphs.
All work done by Project Z will comply with applicable federal, state, and local regulations in building and construction codes, including all Office of Construction, Inspection, and Safety codes.
Those were one of the requirements on this agreement, correct?
Yes,
So if I'm correct or not, if you missed the due date, you would receive $25 million less money, correct?
no, I would only receive $10 million less money.
And now your main goal was to meet the deadline, correct?
Well, I was already using out-of-pocket money, so I did want to make some profit.
So let's do a fast forward to now. You made huge changes to your site. So did your changes follow the OCIS guidelines?
That is not in my statement, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce as Exhibit 4, OCIS report.
I have a question about exhibit 3. Is that your signature on the second page of exhibit 3?
Yeah.
Thank you. May I see what 4 is?
Yes. It's the same thing as Exhibit 3, Your Honor, a 2-page.
Has the other side seen this? And do they have a copy?
Your Honor.
It's being marked for identification as prosecution exhibit number 4. It's a 2-page document entitled Final OCIS Report, Ray, August 31, 2012, collapse of crane pipe bill, which is dated September 22nd, 2012. This will go into evidence as exhibit 4, you may inquire.
Could you read on the second page all the code violations under code violations observed at the site?
Sure. Access road is not properly graded or filled with asphalt as required for the size of vehicles routinely transiting that space. North scaffold board was not properly secured. No records were kept of morning inspections on either of the cranes on site. No records were kept of evening inspections for the north side crane. Records of evening inspection for the building crane second fill do not show the expected level of precision for complete inspections. Inadequately secured vehicles, key left in F-350 truck, and New Jersey license NYB72G. No documentation of bi-hourly site fees. Inadequate number of first aid kits. 7 workers not wearing appropriate safety vests. 1 worker not wearing approved safety footwear. 1 inadequately labeled flammable liquid. Inadequate signage. Inadequate presence of hard hat area warning signs. Gap in fence on south end of work area.
So now, when you made the agreement with the city, with all those people, what would be the consequences if you
that is not within my contract.
describe how each lift went?
The first lift was a little shaky at first, but Micah Stratton was able to get it on. He's very good with lifting. And then the second lift, before it happened, Grace Hopper called Micah Stratton asking if it would still be safe, and Micah Stratton said it would be. So he had pure confidence in the lift, and I took his word for it. So we proceeded with the second lift.
Were there any problems during the second lift?
I believe that Grace Hopper threw up a red flag for a missing tool. But I knew Micah would not be able to hold that panel in the air for an extra like 30 minutes for a site sweep. So we tried to get, and it doesn't, code permits if there's not evidence of tampering that you don't have to do an hour-long big sweep. So we tried to get it done.
So additional question, were there any weather conditions during the second lift?
There were some weather conditions, but as I said earlier, the weather report that Grace brought me before the second lift was a couple hours old.
And you still proceeded, correct?
Yes.
So as a result, what happened with the second lift?
Tragically, the crane collapsed, killing 2 people, and I'm very sorry that their lives were lost that day.
So in summary, even though you knew the risks of this lift, overweight animals, and gusty winds, you still continue to lift both of those panels to the deadline.
Objection, Your Honor. Assume facts not negative.
Could you rephrase the question? It appears argumentative to me. I'm saying,
In summary, even though you knew the risk of this lift, overweight animals, and gusty winds, it was your main goal, so the deadline.
That is not limited to that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
may we directly speak?
No, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution, have you finished with this witness or you're not quite sure yet?
Yes. Yeah, Your Honor.
And there's nothing further from the defense with this witness, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
And could we, well, wait, this witness, I got this, probably to the jury exhibits 3 and 4.
I would like to call the witness to stand there.
Fine, Taylor, just give us a moment. I'll show you that. What is the witness's name?
Please step.
Yeah, can you bring that person in? Thank you.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Reese Spencer, and I'm a witness for this case.
What is your occupation?
I'm a reporter,
What is your bachelor's degree?
English and communication,
What is your master's degree?
journalism,
I'm sorry, yeah, what's your master's in?
journalism.
Journalism.
What is your connection to this case?
I've been on the job site since day one, trying to get a headline reporting story.
When did you first meet Artie Ben?
I met him when I got a lead from OCIS that Public C had the worst safety report in history.
You said on line 15 of your statement that the squatter that interested you the most was Artie Ben. Why is that?
Because he had a plan to keep Franklin Trench's home and destroy Project Z.
What type of things did Artie do to ensure he didn't lose it?
He had moved around their tools and vandalized the site.
What did all of this mischief lead to?
This led to people getting injured and people faking injuries.
How did Miss Zilius react to the injuries?
She paid the people that get injured, even ones that faked them.
What did Tatum Zillis do to prevent injuries?
She put up a fence around the job site.
Where did you last see Artie Ben before the accident occurred?
I saw him in a trench coat looking up at Platinum Hill.
How do you know it was already?
Because I had a high powered camera and clear view on the job site.
Where were you when the accident occurred?
I was outside on the job site with a clear view of everything.
What were you able to hear?
I heard the metal on the crane straining, and I heard Zilius and Grace arguing.
What were they saying?
I heard
Objection,
Grace.
that's CC evidence.
Overruled.
I heard Grace and Tatum. I heard Grace yelling at Tatum to proceed.
Can you read line 38 of your statement?
No, you can't. You may ask questions concerning what he may have said previously, but you cannot have him read a document that's not an evidence. If it's a statement, it would be hearsay. You may ask him questions concerning that same matter if you wish.
What do you think of Tatum?
I think Tatum is a snake.
After all that you've seen and heard, do you think Tatum is guilty of murder?
No, I don't. I think that is outrageous. I think that's outrageous.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
First of all, is it true that Flint England after being involved in a scandal?
Yes.
Alright, some more details about the scandal. Is it true that you were accused of paying private investigators to hack into the cell phone and email accounts of members of the wrong team?
Yes.
You saw many people get injured while they were working on the lease site, is that correct?
Yes.
If I recall correctly, during the direct examination, you said that you learned that Zilius had the worst safety records of any developer in the area, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, is it true that you bribed a government official to get that information?
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you redirect? Yes, it does.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I please call up Micah Stratton?
Certainly.
You're going to have me to this court.
Yes.
Hi, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Hello, I'm Micah Stratton,
What college did you go to?
Dartmouth University.
What degree do you have?
I have a degree in mechanical engineering,
How long have you been in construction?
over 30 years.
How long have you been on the board of crane rigging professionals?
In a decade.
What do you do at the Crane Institute certification classes?
I usually give speeches, but it can vary.
How long have you worked with Cut and Fill?
Over 18 years now.
How often do you try to take Cut and Fill down for full inspection?
Once every 3 months.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, ladies of the jury, I would like to refer to Micah as an expert witness.
In what field?
Mechanical engineering.
Prosecution have any objection? I believe this witness has given a sufficient background of training and experience in this matter. He can testify and give his opinion as an expert witness in this matter. You may
Thank
proceed.
you, Your Honor. Why did you have to hold loads longer than necessary and put additional stress on the crane?
Because there were squatters running around.
Who had you left from the squatters wrong site?
Emerson Turkin.
Had the crane by Phil ever done an overweight lift before?
Yes,
How did they go?
the worst thing that happened was the cable snapping, and the crane flapped.
Did you do anything different?
We changed the cable to a higher grade steel.
On the day of the lift, around the time of the second panel being lifted, how did you react to getting a red flag?
I stopped right where I was.
Who was the one who gave you the green flag?
Grace Hopper,
What did you tell Grace when she called about the wind?
that the crane was handled lifts over its maximum tolerance.
What led up to the green collapsing?
The lower hydraulic light wing,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
the lower hydraulic light wing,
What time did Phil hit apex?
3:10 p.m.
Your Honor, I would like to certify the ELS to 2750. That's possible. Okay, there's a first sheet, my bad. Oh, sorry. Can I refer to it?
What is it that you wish me to look at?
The crane rental term sheet?
May I see it, please?
Oh. That's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, can I please refer to exhibit B?
You may refer to any exhibit that's in evidence, exhibit B is right here.
Thank you.
And that is for the jury's benefit, that is the crane rental term sheet.
Thank you. Can you explain? The maximum threshold?
Two 2,750 pounds maximum stress. Oh.
Yep.
Maximum sustained wind is an average wind speed during a 2-minute interval. Sustained winds are generally measured at a height of 10 meters, 32.8 feet. Winds may vary depending on wind height.
Can you please read this one? The inclusion marks?
Unless prior approval from municipality and or ELS is obtained.
Thank you. So are you in charge of ELS?
No. Yes.
Were you forced to do the lift?
No.
I would like to refer to his So did you give approval for the crane being over 2,250?
Yes.
On lines 75 and 77 of your witness statement. Sorry, so you don't think Tatum, so do you think it's Tatum's fault?
No.
No further questions, Aaron. Thank you.
Ross?
My name is Travis, so you can be prosecuted.
Proceed,
When working with Frank Bill, did you always inspect the crane on time?
Yes. No.
And did this happen multiple times?
Yes.
When performing lifts with Frank Bill, especially big lifts, did you have any accidents with Frank Bill?
Yes.
Can even a new hydraulics kit break under high winds?
Yes.
I would like to refer the judge and jury back to exhibit B.
I believe the witness has, yes, no, yes. Is the rental, the crane rental made correct?
Yes.
You do have, it, that's what, okay, you question about it,
Can you read the max sustained burdens for Frank Bill?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
oh, wow.
It may be on my second page.
Max sustained wind. Maximum sustained wind is an average wind speed during a 2-minute interval. Sustained winds are generally measured at a height of 10 meters, 32.8 feet. Winds may vary depending on the lift height.
Can you please read the maximum sustained winds in the Frank Bill specification section?
Maximum engineering wind gust lift capacity was calculated using a flat surface and a lift configuration approved by the Association of Crane and Rigging Professionals and the American Society of the Safety Engineers. Maximum wind tolerance for convex or concave objects may be lowered.
Is it on a different page or something?
You can have the witness's attention to that section of the document which one read, that would help things.
One second. Oh, that was both. Is exhibit B 2 pages?
Oh, no, I don't, right.
Will you be? Yeah.
Right.
Oh, no, I just know about this.
24 maximum threshold.
Can you please read the maximum wind gust?
30 max wind gust at lift capacity fixed.
Just that number on the side.
Yes.
Oh,
25 is 30 max. 30 max. Maximum 30.
I would like to go to the judge and jury back to exhibit 1. Where we work.
Legal counsel.
Let me read it.
So if you wish, it's in evidence.
Maybe the wind and gusts for August 31st at 3:50.
Rain, 1.1 inch. Wind. Gust 30, wait. 25, 27 miles, gust 30, 35 miles.
I'm sorry, yes.
I have no further questions. Oh, we have one more question. When you believe you saw Chris hop away the flag for the final time, were you tense and also focused on the roof at that moment?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
You may step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is counsel prepared to give closing statements? So, does prosecution have anything further in rebuttal? All right, then we'll proceed with closing statements.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before you today, giving the closing argument of a woman who was wrongly accused of murder. Her name, as we all know, is Tatum Zilius. She's a woman who had to fight tooth and nail for everything she had. She wasn't born in a fancy home. She was born to a homeless mother in the very trench she was working to reform. As we move closer to receiving the sentence of my client, I'm standing here before the court, pleading that the jury opens their eyes and doesn't fall blindly into the web of lies the prosecution's feeding today. Just because my client said some slightly irrational things in the heat of a moment when his whole job site was behind, his site supervisor was failing him, and he had squatters destroying his site daily. I don't believe this is proof without a shadow of a doubt. Some might say, Tatum was a site manager. Wasn't she in charge? And to that I say, Emerson Turpin is a site supervisor. Her job is to keep the workers on the job site safe. But instead of doing her job, she would sit in her office and mindlessly sign papers. She even accused Tatum of cutting safety seats when all Tatum was suggested that since they were months behind due to her being unable to stay on schedule, if they would reduce the time. Emerson failed at her jobs countless times, but the prosecution would lead you to believe that it was all my client. She had many times where she didn't report the squatters to Tatum, which was very dangerous and could have been avoided. Judge, jury, I believe we're beginning to see a pattern here. Micah, and now I'd like to bring up another situation. Micah ensured he didn't live. Micah is a trained crane operator, and Emerson is just a site supervisor with no knowledge of cranes. So I'd like to ask you a question. Would you go with Micah's opinion on the crane operation or Emerson, a neglectful site supervisor? I think it's a very simple question. I'd like to move on and talk and highlight the good things about Tatum and Project Feed. Tatum's plan was to build low-income housing so children like her, born to parents below the poverty line, wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to sleep for the night or a place to take a shower, or having to hide from the rain. She did this so kids like her would never have to worry. If you look at this view, you can see why Miss Tatum was in such a rush, because every day that passed was a day that kids just like her lived in these gruesome conditions. Tatum couldn't stomach this thought, so she worked every day 24 hours so that her job would be done as soon as possible. And that she'd be able to provide state-of-the-art homes that she had the joy of building. All Tatum wanted was for these kids to have the opportunities she didn't. And with all this in mind, Your Honor, I'm pleading that you open your eyes and don't fall blindly into the prosecution's web of lies and find this woman not guilty of 2 charges of third-degree murder against her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prosecution may close.
May it please the court, Your Honor, members of the jury. It is with sadness and great regret that we are here today because of great tragedy, the loss of human life. Not just one life, but 2, which as we all know, just one life lost is one life too many. August 31st is a day that the state of Pennsylvania will remember with sorrow, because on that day, 2 of the citizens, Artie Dent and Grace Hopper, met a premature, horrible, and preventable death. Although it may seem that the sole cause of their deaths was the collapse of Fighting Phil, it was really because the defendant Tatum Gillies' negligence and recklessness. This is why this tragedy happened. These characteristics were shown by the defendant not just during the time of the accident, the entire time the defendant was in charge of the project. You heard London Packard testify about the injuries she saw happen to the construction site workers as they immediately tried to carry us through these orders. After safety speed tested cuts several times. You also heard her testify about how her friend Artie, who she knew very well, could not possibly take him down the crane with Fighting Phil, and how she found a letter in the trash that said that the lift had not been approved. This means that Zilius proceeded with a lift that had not been approved by the city like it was supposed to be, which in turn means that the lift was done illegally. You heard and saw the weather reports, which showed how the wind was so high that it was above the max gust limit for the crane, and how no person thinking rationally would ever have proceeded with the unapproved lifts of 2 overweight roofing panels under those conditions. You also heard testimony of Emerson Turnkey, former Project Z site supervisor, about how she was forced to cut safety speed several times as Elise's command, and how after this, injuries increased. In a similar case from 1987, Commonwealth versus Schofield, the defendant in that case, Mr. Schofield, was found to have manifested extreme indifference to human life when he was drunk, proceeded to drive, scraped against a car on the road, and struck a building. After this, he was warned not to drive, but ignored the warning, continued to drive, struck a pedestrian, and ended up causing serious injury. I believe we can see some similarities to this case. Zilius cut down and down again on safety sweeps, increasing the amount of injury that occurred on the site. Zilius was warned not to proceed with the lift by several people, and as a result, she ignored the warnings and the lift proceeded, and Fighting Phil collapsed, taking with it the lives of 2 people. If Mr. Schofield was found to have manifested extreme indifference to human life by causing an injury while he was not in his right mind, how much more does Zilius show her own indifference to human life in the deaths of 2 people caused by her own rushed actions while she was in her right mind? We all know that the loss of life is terrible, but how can we stop a similar situation from happening again? By finding the defendant guilty. Zilius is not found guilty, she will return to the construction field, continue this pattern of rushing, and potentially cause an even worse tragedy to happen again. The defendant does not see how her own actions caused the deaths of 2 people. The proof of this is in the defendant's plea of not guilty. I also believe that if we find the defendant guilty, it'll serve as an important lesson to many others, showing that safety and human life is always more important than money. The importance of not rushing and the importance of considering the possible consequences of your actions. I believe that this is a lesson that if Zilius had learned it, Artie Dent and Grace Hopper would still be alive today. We ask that the court find Tatum Zilius guilty of 3rd-degree murder on 2 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. The jury and I will retire for deliberations. The court stands in recess. We're in recess.
Yeah, you can go ahead and speak back.
Hello, everyone. We are now in a 15-minute recess. We will be back in 15 minutes.
You're done.
Pockets of my jacket. This is in the pocket. This is in the pocket. This is in the pocket. I don't know why. Just score them out. We'll do the second round of the same deal, and then we can.
It's hard to score them on the go. Right, I scored that. Yeah, like I just can't go.
Well, then there's that thing of the first sentence versus the second.
I'm not scoring on guilt or innocence.
Right.
Good
Right.
job on
How
each
they-
side.
Well, we have minutes for like descriptions, so I don't know if you want those.
Oh, you got some, I don't have that.
But it says that they were supposed to.
Oh, you got all this, okay, yeah, okay, cool, no, we give different feedback later. Okay, cool. You do that, that makes it easier, great.
Okay, so. I gotta set this up better. Where you'll see for your. Okay. All right, so what other questions you ask? Very well. As you can tell, it seems like we'll definitely, when you hear them say. Either side. Presented to at the time, whichever one was doing it, and then presented.
After you swear witnesses, we keep all the evidence here as it comes in, all right? So we'll mark it, and then if they need the next witness, we'll have it. So we run it, so after you do that, you just come over here and I usually. Cool.
Yeah. I need a water. Okay, so. That means but just one right now. Okay.
Not a problem.
But that's where I'm always like, that's my little disclaimer if
Oh,
something's happening.
not a problem.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm the lawyer, I have physical study with Sam.
All right.
But the best that I can.
Yes. Yes.
So some of the disability.
And I didn't know what role, and then
No, that was slow.
it was, I wanted him to have everything,
It was
but
also a function of how does he deal?
yeah, he's confident, he's 100% confident.
Oh, no.
Which is so
No,
great,
it's cool.
but before you, I just want to let you know for your safety.
No, that's fine. I
All right,
appreciate
I'm gonna
that.
take a tiny recess
Yeah, okay.
too, how are you ladies?
Good, I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Okay. No. Super instruction related, right?
Well, I thought he was like great for an expert witness. I was like, oh my gosh, this is an expert, he's an expert witness.
So chill, right?
Yeah, and he's just like so monotone
I
and
didn't see
so
it
dead.
till-
I talked to engineers in my career all day. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is one that I'd be
I
like,
used to work for expert witnesses, I'm like, nailed it.
I'm like, yeah, I wrote the thing, I said something, I was like, great expert. He's like,
No.
yeah, it's pretty
I'm
hard.
actually impressed, like a lot of them practice, but then you never know how they're gonna pull it off.
Yeah.
And so some things were definitely good, but the scoring, everything's good.
Yeah.
Yes, the restroom, did you see where it is?
Yes, and I know the code too.
It's like 43 or something.
4-3, and you just have to push it really in. Either of you need any water, are you good?
I'm good.
Is it good for you?
No, I'll just get a lip roller when I'm done.
Well, you know, it warmed up in here, I
I
was
did,
overheating,
I
but
did.
that was just probably my nerves.
Maybe it's like over people.
And,
Well,
right?
I'll go on some of that. Let's see, they still don't know how to use this, we're talking about that later.
So I should put it all back though, right?
Well, they're gonna start all the
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. So anything you
But I
have.
marked, so this is what we did, I marked them, so now we have here.
And you have a whole other set.
And one that didn't, but we have.
Oh, do we have to,
Dave,
I didn't work, I did school.
other,
This is awesome.
But that's for only
That's
goes on
our-
this one, right?
Oh, okay, that's,
Yeah,
yeah, they
both
used it, okay. Isn't it tough? I'm kind of on this.
You have two smoking guns.
Trial one.
One of the smoking guns was that state was this. It was the timing was such. That it was either- so you said, did you receive this? That's a nice question. I got it, it's on the other side, that she signed the other one.
Yeah.
So this is the 24th, which, how many days was that? And what did this, but then 30, did you ever send these in? Did you get this approval?
And make sure that they, that's what they wanted to know.
This is half the smoking gun.
Then you can make 40
These are all based on a reasonable list of stuff.
Yeah.
Most of the cases require
Oh, did you score this?
Yes.
No.
Was you spray supposed to?
Yeah, I did, I scored those, and maybe that's why my answer was scored. Alright, hold on.
So. I look at this.
Oh, there's another.
And it says that.
Making all that
When you-
complicated. Maybe not so right after
This is
all.
more information.
Yep.
And you start off as a more. Once you say yes, we can create it.
Yeah, it's not an introduction.
That's the other two parts. Then you. That's what we do. Back at this.
Yeah, that's basically.
What does it say here? What does it say here? Isn't there an exclamation point? And what impact did this have upon your decision making at all? None.
It's really
When you
interesting,
have
I
a
can't
great document.
share with them, that they have to come up with it.
When you have this one, it's already shoot it.
Yes, that's the real thing, which is sometimes because.
So they each have.
Oh, yes, well, let me.
Will they have their own copies to start this all again?
Well, if you, let me see
If
what
they
they
don't,
have.
I have, if they don't, I have it.
Yeah, I wanna make sure they have at least one.
Their understanding of what goes in is a little off, but that's okay. Most lawyers don't know either.
All right,
It's true.
so.
I was gonna say there are evidence and objections, but I like don't know how much they learned, you know? 'Cause
But
they
each
probably
of them,
didn't learn that much on those
I-
two things.
I knock out one thing that they expect you.
Okay, yes, so I don't need.
Oh,
any-
yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
He's got stuff on.
Yeah.
I want to show some things.
All right, good stuff.
Totally good on, I don't need any of those back.
Okay.
I just didn't know if you needed two at the time, that's why I was trying to get on more.
Well, actually, it just confused the hell out of me, and then some of them didn't have the second page, which makes it.
Yeah,
even
well, I
more-
stapled mine, so
That's-
they should go in
that's
as stapled.
They still don't get the concept that until they identify in the record.
I
this is a
know.
two-page that
I heard
does not
like, I
exist.
heard one messed up.
And I'm trying to do it,
Yeah.
but I get it. That's okay.
I know, I think if they just eliminate the part of where is it, just say, did you say that? Like, you don't have to reference that.
The whole, well, with the prior statement, I mean, it is by definition, here's prior statement. Yeah. And then, maybe, but you start off with asking all those things, was the light green? Yes, was it, how many votes? And simply something that's different, then you can cross the line with the prior inconsistency.
Yeah.
Because you learn it better then it's now, you go through the right route. But you can't just say, here's your statement, it's your statement.
Yeah.
But the important things we essentially something, and then they can't. As we also.
It didn't
And we all
run
say,
too much.
these judges, yeah, it's some of it. But it's, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
You
Can
gotta
I
do
get
that.
your other water?
No, I brought some down, but
You're so
thank
good.
you.
Awesome.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But, and the sound was good for this, that's what I was asking before, I wanted to make sure that it's.
Yeah, so we're getting this echo
Yeah.
with both speakers on, the speakers will only go down to a certain. Speakers will only go down to a certain.
You're way beyond my-
I didn't know it's like the
All the way
volume.
down.
You're way beyond my-
I didn't know it's like the volume.
Yeah, the volume.
Well, not the microphone.
I mean,
Well,
even when
not
you-
the microphone. but the
Speakers,
yeah.
right, and that's, yeah, so speakers, my thing, and then you can mute the mic. Speakers. Still is picking up speaker vibration and feedback off each other, because they're too close, and that's where.
And I'm wondering how much that affected them or for themselves.
Right.
Talk a little bit.
Stop video. Let's see here.
You're watching too many legal shows.
You're probably right.
So, let me get your points on the 2 rounds.
We're done.
Yes, yeah.
I know, so I don't do that, and I do whatever you guys have for them, the table, you guys. Yes, they're running, on students versus local years, passes, everybody, right?
Man, this is an oddball. Man, this is an oddball. Facts control, unfortunately. Too often.
The video's on.
I know, this still has an echo. You see something, yeah. In here.
And I wrote a lot about this, it was first year, so. Well, I'm not sure what I did right now, just great.
Also, you know, a lot longer than I was. I do. It's, that's great. Really is. Oh, yeah. My condolences. My sense. Okay.
Testing 1, 2.
I need some noise in there.
Not exactly. Well, the issue is with forgetting feedback.
Oh, they're meeting.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Witness box. Witness stand. All right, is that better? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9.
I know.
Okay.
For us too.
So much testing. 10, 9, 8, A, B, C. Can you hear me? All right, kids, help me. 3.14159.
2653.
Testing. All right, how's that? And the beginning. Well. Oh, 8 on your?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, got your headphones in here? Oh, can we put the headphones in?
On mute,
Oh,
if
but you
that,
couldn't.
oh, if it had a mute button, I'm not those have a mute button.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay. All
And
right.
I had to bring.
So how will we hear it? The microphone through here, or the microphone through there?
Probably do this one.
So can we just not use that and maybe stretch this out so that, so we can get just a better sound?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want.
2 minutes.
Okay. I would just take that.
I don't mind, let's do that. Oh, yeah. Let's do that this week.
Well, you might put in the middle of it, where I'm like,
You go.
Where's the microphone?
no, and did you get a picture of it? Yeah. That's so like, you know, you want to know one.
It's 2:14.
Oh, so these are just here.
So because it's.
We'll show you like a minute or two.
Yeah, just take your time.
We're doing great, well, it's about an hour, where you just.
So it's.
Scroll. Build.
So we are
About-
fine.
So I have my husband, I'm gonna take them, use my so we have like which mechanic and me, and then 8 or 7.
So 4, here it is.
And then we're like, okay, we start off this way, and then after that, nothing is the same. The exact same the same shapes, maybe 6 different things, like 6 different blocks. In the same order that
My husband is knit here, and we always say, whenever we start to we just go different.
Yeah. Well, we can say that, okay, when I say this is what I do. So because you're saying this, but that means that should be.
Yes, it's like define your terms.
Okay, like what you see here, okay, we gotta understand what we gotta figure out the definition.
Would help my marriage so much. Yeah.
Would you try?
It's a.
Yeah. You're looking at it from the corner.
That's the one thing the bailiff cannot do.
After meeting, he was the whole time. This is when we're
Actually,
ready.
it's actually not
Judges, are the jury ready? The timer ready? Judges, ready? Do you want to resume online? Yes.
Why is it showing her?
Yes.
So she feels like it's.
Hello, this is Marcia. Court will be in session right now.
Good to go. Bailiff, could you call the case, please?
All rise. Superior Court of the Philadelphia County Counties, second. The Honorable Judge Franklin. As I, say this being is on the court.
Thank you, Bailiff. We're here for the case of the Commonwealth versus, you may be seated, Tatum Zilius. I'd like to welcome you all to my courtroom. A few things about this particular courtroom. We have a coffered ceiling and it has a tendency to mute the sound. So please make sure that when you speak loudly enough so that everyone can hear you. That's important. And specifically so the juror can hear you. If the jurors can't hear you, you don't exist. There are specific rules of evidence that we follow in this courtroom. I want to make all counsel aware of it. There are two different routes to having an exhibit be entered into evidence. The first is if both sides have agreed to it or you have stipulated that a particular exhibit may come into evidence, but the ultimate decision as to whether or not it comes in is my decision, not yours. If you have not already stipulated to an item, you first must mark the item for identification and identify it as a one-page document, a three-page document, the first page of which says whatever, so that we know for the record what the document is, because it may not come into evidence, but you still want to have a record that it may have been offered or that it was referred to. On a stipulated exhibit, I will assume that both sides already have a copy of it so that we don't have to spend time going back and forth to make sure that each side has it. But on those items that have not been stipulated, once it has been marked for identification and identified to that extent, a copy should be given to opposing counsel so that they have the item as well, and they are then able to either agree to it or object to its introduction. So first you mark it, then you describe what it is, then we'll see if the other side has any objection to it. If they do, I will make a ruling. If they don't, then we'll determine if it goes into evidence directly. For the benefit of the jury and myself, since I don't believe any of you attorneys have been before me previously, please make sure when you first speak to stand up and tell us what your name is. In addition, if you make an objection, you must stand to make the objection. If you wish to examine a witness, you must stand to examine the witness. That way we know that the person standing is the one that's going to be asking the questions. If you don't stand, you will not be recognized to be heard. All right, let's begin. Would the defendant please rise?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a criminal matter, Commonwealth versus Tatum Zilius. Ms. Zilius, do you plead guilty or not guilty to the charges?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please sit down. The prosecution has the burden of proving its case beyond a reasonable doubt. As a result, they will go first in openings and they will go last in closing argument. They additionally will present evidence to the jury first because it's their obligation to do so. We will start with openings. Who from the prosecution is opening?
Your Honor.
Have at it.
May it please the court, Your Honor, ladies of the jury. My name is Preston Cockshell. I'll be making the opening remarks in this case. My co-counsels will introduce themselves.
Your Honor, my name is Grace Freeman, and I'll be cross-examining the defendant and giving closing arguments in this case. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Samantha Wolf, and today I'll be direct examining London Packard and cross-examining Micah Stratton. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The defendant, Tatum Zilius, began the development of Franklin's Trench, Pennsylvania in 2011. In 2012, she cut safety sweeps, which is when workers check the site for unsafe things and fix them. Without safety sweeps, workers started getting unnecessarily injured. On August 31st, 2012, a monstrous tempest called Hurricane Isaac whipped through the streets of Pennsylvania. Miss Zilius advised multiple times not to lift the roofing panels, but she ignored her supervisor and denied all reason. She proceeded to lift the roofing panels anyway, and the result was catastrophic. The roofing panel, the crane collapsed, killing our two victims, Artie Dent and Grace Hopper. The issue of the case today is that Tatum Zilius is responsible for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent, and me and my co-counsel will prove that this is third-degree murder. Up first, we have Emerson Turpin. She was hired by Ms. Zilius to be the supervisor of the site. She will demonstrate the copious mistakes that Zilius has performed. Up next, we have London Packard. London Packard was the leader of the squatters, and he was kicked out of his home, like many others, by Ms. Zilius when she started construction of Franklin's Trench. He will testify that she cut safety sweeps and endangered workers' lives in the repercussions of this sad decision. My evidence will demonstrate that Ms. Zilius is legally responsible for all things that happen on the site. She's, as well as Micah Stratton, who's a crane operator, is not responsible for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Emerson Turpin, the site supervisor, is not responsible for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. We will provide the web report to affirm that the winds were outside of the crane's maximum threshold, as well as that the moving panels that the crane was lifting was overweight. All me and my co-counsels won, but Tatum Zilius is held responsible for a crime that she committed and for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Thank you, Your Honor. That is all, counsel.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court and members of the jury, before I make my case, I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your day to help serve your community and bring justice to this community. My name is Austin. This is my co-counsel, Devin. And today we will be defending Tatum Zilius, who was charged with murder in the third degree for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Members of the jury, we are gathered here today to prove that without a reasonable doubt, Tatum Zilius is innocent, and should not be held accountable for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. On August 31st, 2012, at 3 p.m., the largest crane on the East Coast, Fighting Phil, collapsed, killing Grace Hopper and Artie Dent. Known to by the witnesses as Artie Dent, an insane individual who died to destroy Project Z. Project Z was started by the defendant Tatum Zilius.
was a project which would have benefited the community and people like Arthur. Why would Tatum Zilius want to help his community? The answer is simple. Tatum Zilius was born homeless in the very trench where she was building cheap and affordable homes for poor people like Arthur Dent and others in her community. Members of the jury, using evidence we will show you momentarily, we will convince you that Tatum Zilius is innocent and should not be held accountable for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Arthur Dent. Please don't send an innocent woman to prison. Vote not guilty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, President. The prosecution may call the first witness.
Your Honor, I call to the stand Emerson Turpin.
Bailiff, outside, thank you.
That the evidence will give this court, the jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name before this court?
Emerson Turpin.
Can you please state your profession on the site?
I was the site supervisor at Franklin's Trench.
What was your accident record before you started working with Ms. Zilius?
I had 0 accidents, a clean record.
What was Ms. Zilius's reputation like before she hired you?
Her reputation was speed means profit, and getting stuff done fast was worth breaking a few rules.
What did Ms. Zilius promise when she hired you?
She promised me that I would have complete control of the job site and that her speed means profit stuff was in the past.
Did Ms. Zilius complete this promise?
No.
What did Zilius say on January 10th, 2012?
She said that she doesn't care, that she didn't care if anyone got hurt, that she could pay for that, she could pay for anything but time, and that the project was going to get done.
Were there people living in Franklin's Trench before projects you started there?
Yep, a group of squatters lived there.
Did you tell your concern? Who did you tell your concerns about the squatters to?
I told Tatum Zilius.
Did Ms. Zilius do anything about the squatters?
Yeah, she put up a fence to keep them out of the site.
Was the fence working?
No, they still got in.
Did Ms. Zilius do anything else to stop the squatters from getting in?
No, she did not.
Who added the 16-hour work shift?
Tatum Zilius.
How is a 16-hour shift affecting the workers?
Accidents increased by a lot.
How would you describe the site when you were in control?
No one got hurt at all.
Your Honor, can I please enter in Exhibit 1?
I see it. You can hand it to the bailiff. Can you identify what this document is, and then we'll mark it?
This document is the crane rental term sheet.
How many pages is it?
It is 3 pages.
Does it have a date?
No, Your Honor.
Perhaps the later pages.
No, Your Honor, I do not see any date on this document.
Does the defense have a copy of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to this coming into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, we will mark it directly into evidence as Exhibit 1. The prosecution will be using numbers, and if the defense offers any evidence, it will be letters. Exhibit 1 is in evidence. It's a 3-page document.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please read the first box with technical tolerances? It is on page 3, highlighted in pink.
It says that 2,750 tons is the maximum lift threshold for fighting field.
Thank you. Were the roofing panels overweight?
Yes,
How many tons overweight were the roofing panels?
they were 200 tons overweight.
Did Ms. Ilias know that they were 200 tons overweight?
Yeah, she did.
What happened when Ms. Ilias told Micah to lift the first roofing panel?
Micah totally lost control of the first roofing panel and almost plowed it into a nearby apartment building.
Did you intend to tell Ms. Ilias to stop lifting?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ilias shut you up and shut you down?
Yep.
Did Ms. Ilias stop the lifts?
No, she did not.
Did you see with your, who did you see with your own eyes lift the green flag for the second lift?
Tatum Zilius.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter in Emerson Turpin's witness statement.
No. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is already given their answer.
Can you, what happened during the second lift?
Well, as expected, the winds got stronger and suddenly a gust of wind caught the second roofing panel, sending the panel and the crane crashing towards the ground right where Graveston already were standing, and that killed them.
Your Honor, I want to enter in Exhibit 2,
What is it?
the final OCIS report.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the meantime, why don't we take exhibit 1 and publish it to the jury? Does the witness have that?
Yes, it is right here, Your Honor.
Okay, let's give that to the jurors so that they may review that. And with respect to this new item, this is a 2-page document entitled Final OCIS Report, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And and it's dated September 22nd, 2012. Has this been seen by the defense? You have a
Yes,
copy?
Your Honor.
And what is your position with respect to the introduction of this as an exhibit? You object?
No, Your Honor.
This will come in as exhibit number 2. Just wait a moment, question as the jury is looking at exhibit 1. And I have a question for this witness. You had mentioned something about a green flag. What does that mean with respect to the crane?
It means that it's okay for the crane to lift, like if a red flag was raised, that means stop the lift.
In this instance, was there a red flag raised?
No, a green flag was raised, proceed with the lift.
Thank you, appreciate that. We have exhibit, where's- this is exhibit 2.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sure. Can you please read line? Can you please read line 3, the final OCIS report, was highlighted in pink.
Yes. Responsible officials, Tatum Zilius, developer, Emerson Timken, project manager, Micah Estraden, crane operator.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I please enter in exhibit 3?
What's those? And can we have
Oh,
number 2? Oh,
I apologize, Your Honor. I meant to refer to exhibit 1, the final crane rental agreement.
you may, it's in evidence, you may use it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please read line 6C of the final crane rental agreement?
Yes. In the event of death or serious bodily injury stemming from the operation of the cranes in such a lift, Project Z will indemnify ELS and hold ELS blameless.
Can you please read the definition of indemnify?
Yeah. Indemnify means to provide security by releasing from responsibility.
Thank you. Was Micah enshrined the ELS operator the crane rental agreement refers to?
Yes.
Did you warn Ms. Zilius of the overweight panel?
Yeah, I did.
Did Ms. Zilius listen to your warning?
Nope.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt. When you say, was she able to hear it or she just did not heed your warning?
She did not heed my warning.
But she was able to hear it, is that
Yes,
correct?
very clearly.
Thank you.
I would like to refer to exhibit 1. Can you please read the max wind tolerances?
The max wind gust tolerance is 30 miles per hour.
Thank you. Your Honor, I want to enter in exhibit 3 this time. It is the final weather report by in Philadelphia.
Has this been stipulated to by counsel for both sides?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
And this will come in as exhibit 3. Into evidence.
Thank you. Can you please read the weather report from Friday, August 31st at 3:15 p.m.?
Yes. Let's start.
The wind gust tolerance, it should be highlighted in pink.
The gusts were from 30 to 35 miles per hour.
Thank you. Did you warn Ms. Zilius that the winds were too much for the crane?
Yes, I did.
Who will Tatum Zilius try to blame for this catastrophe?
Already dead.
Is it possible for a squatter to bring down a crane?
No, because it was the best crane on the East Coast, and he was just a squatter.
Did you warn Ms. Zilius of the Did you warn Ms. Zilius that the squatter was using the bill? The crane?
Yes.
Did Ms. Zilius listen to your warning?
No.
I want to refer to exhibit 2.
Okay.
Can you please read line 3, the final OCIS report one more time, please?
Yes. Responsible officials: Tatum Zilius, developer; Emerson Turnkin, project manager; Micah Estrada, crane operator.
Thank you. If Micah legally can't be responsible.
Could you state that question again, please? I missed it.
The one that I was beginning or the one?
Yeah, the one you were just beginning.
Oh, it's a little bit longer. Can I finish it please first?
I want to hear the front end first.
Okay, if Micah legally can't be responsible for the accident.
The objection that I have not yet heard is sustained. That's an improper question. That's not for this witness to decide.
If Micah legally can't be responsible, and you did all you could to stop Ms. Zilius, who's the only responsible authority that you read on the document?
Tatum Zilius.
Is this document implying that Tatum Zilius is responsible for the accident?
Well, yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I'm sorry, Counsel, what is your name again?
My name is Preston Cockshaw.
Preston. Thank you, Preston. Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please just state your name so we all know who you are.
I am Austin Darden, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Ms. Emerson Turnkin, how much experience do you have with cranes?
I can only say yes.
Do you have any experience with cranes?
That's not in my witness.
So, no. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why don't you rephrase the question? You want to know what her experiences with cranes? Is that
Yes,
the question? Why don't you ask it that way?
How much experience do you have with cranes? Sorry.
Again, that isn't really
Have
set.
you ever worked with cranes before?
I assume, so yes.
Um, In May, did you not see Landon and a homeless Packard, or Landon Packard and a homeless person possibly causing damage to Fighting Phil?
Yes,
Did you not inspect Fighting Phil after you scared off Landon and his companion?
yes,
After you inspected Fighting Phil, you stated that everything looked to be in order, but you're not an expert with cranes, are you?
that's right, I am not.
Can you tell the court what you did in your office before the big lift in August?
I think I can only say it.
Did you mindlessly sit in your office before the big lift and sort papers?
Yes,
On August 31st, before the lift, did you see a homeless person possibly causing damage to Fighting Phil?
Objection, Your Honor. This question has already been asked and answered.
That was in the past. This is August 31st.
This is, he's badgering my own witness, Your Honor.
You may be seated. If you're asking for a different time frame, then you
Yes.
specify the time frame. That is a permissible question you can ask.
Okay. On August 31st, before the lift, did you get to see a homeless person causing damage to Fighting Phil?
yes,
Where were you during the second lift before Fighting Phil fell?
I was in the manager's office.
Who did you see waving the green signal flag before Fighting Phil fell? Or did you see Tatum Zilius waving the green flag before Fighting Phil fell?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I have already asked that question and she has already answered the question.
This is cross-examined. Counsel is certainly able to inquire and explore areas that you've already covered. Thank you. The objection is overruled.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibits A and B.
See each one
Hold on.
first.
Do you mind if they're like this? Or do you want a smaller copy?
I'm fine with that.
Here you go.
That helps the jury. You're offering this as two separate or a single exhibit. You said A and B, so the one on the left would be A and the one on the right would be B?
Yes.
Okay. Does the prosecution have any objection to this? This joint exhibit as A and B?
No, Your Honor.
And then this will come in as the catalog page for Fighting Phil is exhibit A, and the construction site drawing is exhibit B, both in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you stated you were in the project manager's office, right?
yes,
Now, in your witness statement, you also stated the weather conditions.
That's the
Sorry.
proper counsel. You can ask her what the weather conditions
What were the
were.
weather conditions before the lift? Sorry. How was the visibility during the lift of the second roof panel?
it wasn't too great.
So you're telling me you saw almost 2 blocks across, you're telling me you saw this distance from the project manager's office and saw Tatum Zilius.
Counsel, perhaps it would be better if you stood to the other side of the witness. That way, the item and the exhibit that you're showing just as well can also be seen by the jury and the witness at the same time. I think it will facilitate matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. There we go. I think this is better. You guys see that? So according to your witness statement, you saw Tatum Zilius waving the green flag, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you're telling us you saw from the project manager's office all the way to the crane. That's nearly 2 blocks. And you saw that in the pouring rain, right?
yes, that's what I said in my witness statement.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ready to redirect?
For your honor.
Thank you. Committee's missed it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Leave the exhibit up here.
No.
For your honor.
Thanks. Everybody witness?
Your Honor, I would like to talk to the Sam Lindsay Packard.
So would you swear the witness, please?
You affirm that the evidence you will give this court hearing will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You may be seated. Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Good morning. Mr. Lindsay Packard. How are you tonight? Would you mind please telling the court your name?
Hello, Your Honor. I am London Packard,
And where did you live?
Pennsylvania.
What did Miss Tatum call your home?
An eyesore being used for absolutely nothing.
You call Miss Tatum a monster. And what is your reasoning for that?
She stole the homes of thousands of innocent people.
Can you please list some of the injuries you saw on site for me?
Yes, I saw someone's foot get ran over by a forklift, electrical wires laying in a puddle, and someone almost get electrocuted.
How did you feel when Miss Tatum stole your home?
It was the saddest day of my life.
Do you recall when you found the licensing and inspections paper?
All crumpled up in the trash.
No, if I may refer to exhibit two.
Yes. That's right. Let's see. Other exhibits are here. Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence, as well as exhibits A and B. You may use them as you see fit. Two.
Mr. Lindsay Packard, would you mind reading the yellow like highlighted, please? And please, which of these did you see Miss Tatum disobey? Please read which number and what it says.
Number 13, gap and fence on south end of work area.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you please explain to me what happened on August 31st when you first woke up?
I woke up and I heard Hurricane Isaac roaring outside, and Tatum still decided to continue with the lift.
What happened after Grace rose the red flag?
Mrs. Zelia stormed out of her office, took the red flag away from Grace, and raised up the green flag.
What time did the crane collapse?
Around 3 p.m.
So what time?
3 p.m. And I apologize, Mr. Lindsay Packard, this might be very so subject to you, but what did Artie really mean to you?
Well, Artie, he was everything to me. He was the world. He was my best friend.
My apologies, Mr. Lindsay Packard. Thank you, Your Honor, no further questions.
Before we proceed any further, it's my understanding, and we'll see if council will stipulate to this, that the crane collapsed on August 31st, 2012 at or after 3:25 p.m. Is that accurate? Can that be stipulated by council on both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when the witness said 3 o'clock, it should be 3:25. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you.
You across?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. London, according to your statement on lines 23 to 24, you said you were glad that Artie's cries for violence fell on deaf ears. Why were you glad that his cries for violence fell on deaf ears?
Because of his dedication to get his home back.
Okay. And on line 38, you stated that you said, and I quote, "My next plan was to stage a sit-in with Artie." I even talked about making it extra dramatic, he even talked about making it extra dramatic by killing himself on the site of construction. This was crazy even harder, and none of us really took him seriously. And why did no one take him seriously? On line 17, you stated that you knew he was supposed to be on medication for mental problems, but he rarely took them. So why wouldn't you make him mentally unstable? So why wouldn't you make him wouldn't that make him mentally unstable? Sorry. Therefore needing him to take all these crazy antics seriously?
Yes, but even killing himself on site would be dramatic for Artie.
And can I see, exhibit A? What, I mean, sorry, not A, C, then that would be C here.
You want this marked as exhibit C for identification?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is this item? Just explain what.
This is Artie Dunn's manifesto.
Has prosecution seen this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to it being entered?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it will come in as exhibit C. Let me proceed to this.
I'll stand here so you guys can see too. Right here, okay, right here, he's,
Did you ask the witnesses if you ever seen that document before? They might be helpful.
have you ever seen this document before?
Yeah.
Okay. On this manifesto, he says he is ready to make his final stand. That sounds like him, like what we refer back to as killing himself on site. If you have seen this and you think it's even crazy for Artie, why haven't you started taking it that seriously after seeing this also?
I didn't think he would take things into action.
And he says he's taking it into stain the blood forever. Same answer?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I don't need this.
Okay, so back to the bill. Keep them here. Thank you.
When you were having with Emerson Turkey, what happened with Artie? When you were having a sit down with Emerson Turkey, what happened with Artie?
Your Honor, that is not in my witness's statement.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
When you were having a sit down with Emerson Turkey, what happened with Artie? And yes, it is. I don't believe.
Yeah, it's on line 32.
Thank you, Counselor. We're gonna have the witness answer the question anyway. If he knows it, he knows it. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Okay. What happened?
I'm not sure.
You said Artie didn't have the tools to do anything dangerous. If Artie had the tools to do something dangerous, what would he do?
Maybe cause a few problems around here and there around the work site, but nothing more than that.
That's what he was doing without the tools to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, what did you see out of the corner of your eye?
I saw Artie, and it's from go by the screen.
And what was he doing? Maybe there are no further questions.
Before we proceed further, Abigail, just give this to the jurors so they can see exhibit C.
Your Honor, the person.
Let the jury read that and then proceed. That's what you were saying?
Your Honor, the prosecution rests.
Does the defense wish to call witnesses?
May I please repeat that?
Do you wish to call a witness? In that case,
The defense would like to call Ray Stetter.
so
Do you affirm that the evidence you give this court jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
please state your name for the record.
I'm Miss Stetter.
You may proceed.
What was Artie obsessed with?
Well, he was obsessed with the loss of his home.
And what was Artie's Operation Turtle? What was its mission?
Well, Operation Turtle was pretty much just moving the tools and hiding the machines, which was meant to slow down the site.
Okay. And what did you hear Grace yell?
Well, I only heard fragments of the conversation between her and his affiliates, which was, I can't reach, I guess you can do if you want, and proceed.
Okay. And proceed with?
I am assuming that means to assume and put it away.
Okay. And what tools did Artie have access to and that would have broken the crane?
Well, it says in the manifesto that he had access to a wrench.
A wrench. And would breaking the crane stop Julius from building the wrench?
If he didn't have the crane, then he wouldn't be able to.
Okay. And how did he get his wrench?
Well, he had access to it with the tools lying around.
What did you leave me Artie's bedroll and why?
Well, I left him wire cutters after Azaleas put up a fence so we can get back to living in.
And why?
Just so we can get the information about Project B and what was going on the site.
Thank you, Your Honor, no further questions.
You cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
In January 2012, did Miss Lewis become the head authority on the site?
Yeah.
Did you get a tip that Miss Lewis was the worst secretary in the area? Were you right on Miss Lewis when you were state convicted in the area?
Yeah.
Did you see people getting injured on the site?
It was mostly minor, and I also did see some people faking injury.
Were people still getting hurt?
Yeah.
Was Miss Lewis doing anything to prevent people from getting hurt?
No.
Your Honor, can I enter in exhibit 4?
May I see it? You want this marked as exhibit what number?
4, Your Honor.
4, Identification is a 3-page document entitled Trench Warfare. It appears to come from something entitled Philly.com dated August 31st, 2012. Has the defense seen this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you have any objection to its coming into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
And it shall come in directly into evidence as Exhibit 4.
Thank you, Erickson. On page 3, can you please read the kindly first? Page 3.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, all the construction sites in the United States in 2011, there were 5.6 injuries per 100 full-time construction workers. At Franklin's Trench, that ratio is an astonishing 15.7 injuries per 100, nearly 3 times the national average. And these are the people being trusted with lifting the largest roofing panels in the city's history, weighing millions of pounds each, into place in the middle of a dense residential area, right over the trench's home.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the date of, you just read that, what was the date of that study?
I think it was August 31st, 2012.
That was.
I think it was a previous date.
The study was one of those.
We'll find it, it's in evidence. It's not a problem.
Thank you. Does this mean that Zillions has the worst seed record in the country since it is higher than the national average?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
She just read it from the document.
Sustain the objection on the grounds that it's really irrelevant as to what she thinks, whether they're the best or the worst, or where they fit in the safety pattern.
Did your article say that Zillions was lifting limited concrete panels with the worst seed record in the country and still didn't stop?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Zillions say anything for anything in anything but time and time what mattered?
Yes.
Did you hear the crane strain from the weight of the roofing panels?
Yes.
Did Zillions stop the lift at all?
No.
Did you say that Pam Zillions is a cheapskate, an awful person, and a snake?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any further with this witness?
No, Your Honor.
That's anything further?
We'd like to call James Zillions to the stand, Your Honor.
You affirm that the evidence we give from this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
You may proceed.
Ms. James Zillions, can you tell the court what you expected from Emerson Trench when you hired him?
I expected her to do the job.
In January 2012, when you visited the construction site, what did you see?
I saw that nothing was there. Nothing was done.
What did you tell Emerson to do to keep out the squatters?
I told him those threats.
Did you receive some minor safety fines from OCIS?
Yes.
How did you deal with the minor safety fines?
I respectfully paid my fines and didn't say a word.
Were the roof panels over the contracted engineering limit?
Yes.
Did Micah tell you crane could lift the roof panels?
Yes, it did.
Just before the second lift, why did Grace give the red flag?
Can you repeat that, please?
Just before the second lift, on August 31st, why did Grace give the red flag?
She saw it was all there.
That part of the questions, Your Honor.
Prosecution intend to cross this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Villiers, did you drop out of college to fix up a house?
Yes, Your
Did you continue to fix up houses and sell them after you sold the first one?
Yes.
By 2004, were you building more homes than anyone in the Berks, Bucks, and Chester counties?
Yes.
And in 2006, did you sell the company?
Yes.
Are you the president of Project B?
Yes.
Are you the developer of Franklin's Trench?
Yes.
And as the president of Project B and developer of Franklin's Trench, you had the final say on whether to lift or not, correct?
Yes.
And you chose to proceed to lift?
Yes.
Is it true that Project B had to write the city asking permission for the overweight lift?
Yes.
Did you ever hear back from the city?
No.
Now I would like to refer to Exhibit 1, the financial term sheet, please.
Sure. Right here, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it true that on line 6 of Exhibit 1, the financial term sheet, it says that Project B shall have final say on whether any lift shall occur?
Yes.
And is it true that on that same exhibit, it says that should Project B request a dangerous or otherwise complex or challenging lift with either crane, ELS may require Project B to insure against damage to that crane?
Yes.
Did you have to insure fight and fill?
Yes.
Did you hire Emerson Turkin because you knew enough to be able to cut corners?
Yes.
And were there at one point a lot of workers' compensation claims accumulated?
Yes.
Did you follow all the safety codes?
No.
But you said you were all for safety, didn't you?
Yes.
Did your workers cut the safety space and briefing time down?
Yes.
But did you start a second shift?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter in Exhibit 5, Stand Williams witness statement, please.
Denied.
Okay.
You may refer to it if she has given testimony that's contrary to that which was previously recorded.
Okay.
Not yet offered into evidence directly.
Okay, so, but referring to your witness statement on line 56, it says that I started the second shift, not the lead. Did you and your workers start a third shift? Is it true that that you paid Mega Stratton an incentive payment to keep the crane going?
Yes.
And is it true that Project Z was to keep you funded into retirement?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to enter Exhibit 6, the memorandum of understanding. Yeah. Here you go.
My understanding is this document, which is a two-page document entitled Memorandum of Understanding dated November 12th, 2010, has been stipulated by the parties to come in as evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will come in as Exhibit 6, since Exhibit 5 is a statement of the witness which was marked for identification. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 6 is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lilius, referring to the exhibit you have in your hand, the memorandum of understanding, is it true that it says on line 5II, if you finish the construction by the end of October, Project D would get $25 million?
Yes.
And also referring to that exhibit, is it true that on line 3III, it says that if Project D was deemed extremely low environmental impact, Project B would receive an additional $100 per family per month that lives in that building.
Yes.
And you got the overweight roofing panels because they don't cause damage to the environment, correct?
Correct.
Had Fight and Phil ever had an issue with an overweight load before the crane collapsed?
Yes.
Referring to Exhibit 1, the crane rental term sheet. Is it true that on line 7, it says that Project B shall not ask ELS to use any lift system in an unsafe manner? Project B shall call for uses of both cranes as they are intended and within their safe tolerances, as described in attachment A.
Yes.
Did you ever see attachment A, Ms. The attachment A is the attachment to the crane rental term sheet which you found. Okay. So you know that in attachment A, it states that the safe tolerances and maximum threshold for the weight of lifting is 2,750 pounds, correct?
Correct.
And is it true that the panels came in weighing 2,900 tons? Was Grace Hopper an OCIS worker?
Yes.
Did she ever talk about calling off the lift or express concerns about the safety of the lift to you?
Yes.
In your witness statement, Ms. Ilias, is it true that you said I asked a critical question, is it safe to lift? Grace seemed doubtful, but Micah assured us that he could pull it off as long as we got it done by the time the wind really kicked up, which was supposed to be early in the evening.
Yes.
And is it true that on August 31st at almost 2 p.m., Grace said something about a revised weather report?
Yes.
But that report was a couple hours old, and it didn't seem like a big deal to you, did it?
Yes.
Did you know that report said the wind was coming earlier in the day?
No.
Well, but on your witness statement in lines 84 and 85, it says that the report just stated the wind's coming a little bit early, and that it wasn't a big deal.
Yes.
So even though the winds were coming early, which was what Micah said, he wouldn't be able to lift in, Project C still made the fatal choice to lift. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, Ms. Ilias, did you ever say you can't make a construction site 100% safe, and trying to do that was a pointless waste of a huge amount of time and money?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Could we have, is there any, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Can you show that exhibit to the jury? I think it's number 5. I don't believe it's in there yet. Article, David?
It says it.
No, I'm sorry, yeah, there, it's 6, that's right. Give the jury, it's 6, that has not been published yet. Thank you. Does the defense have anything further?
Call Micah Stratton to the stand, Your Honor.
Do you affirm that the evidence will be, you will give it to court, and jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Micah Stratton.
You may inquire, counsel.
Mr. Micah, can you explain to the court how much experience you have in the field of construction?
I have a 30 years experience on construction sites. I've been a part of the International Union of Operating Engineers for 25 years. I've also was the business manager of local 542 from 2002 to 2006. I've also been on the board of directors of the Association of Crane and Making Professionals for a decade. I've also received a Lifetime Service Award from Association of Fire and Rope Fabricators. I regularly speak at Crane Institute certificate classes and long-founded training services. On top of that, I've been working almost exclusively with Fighting Phil for 18 years.
What was the largest mishap you've ever had with Fighting Phil?
We had a snap job where one of the cables was fully snapped, and we started using high weight steel after that.
Did site supervisor Emerson Turpin force you to lift heavy loads in unsafe conditions?
Yes, she had us lift dangerously heavy loads on squatters who wouldn't probably have to sometimes just purposely walking on big loads.
What was the largest load Fighting Phil had ever lifted?
We've lifted several loads between 2008 to 3,000 tons before.
What did you do to Fighting Phil in April?
We inspected him for metal fatigue and replaced all one a week.
In August, what did you find shoved in Fighting Phil's ears?
Those are getting shoved in.
What tool did you find missing before the second lift in August?
There was a fire accident.
Who did you see waving the green flag before Fighting Phil fell?
Grace Hopper.
Did you have Phil under control during that lift?
I'm almost certain I had Phil under control during the second lift.
Do you think a squatter could have chopped the hydraulic lines before the lift?
Your this witness is not an expert and we should not be giving his opinion.
Well, he's not expressing an opinion, that question can come in.
Yes, a squatter could have hit the hydraulics line at the right time, slowly the spin concentrate through flaps.
Do you believe the crane was sabotaged before the lift?
Sorry, that isn't taken over the statement.
No further questions.
Ross?
Did you start working on Franklin's Trench early 2011?
Probably.
Was Fighting Phil's safety speed come from 1 hour to 10 minutes?
I don't know if that's stating or
Did you see the squatters around Fighting Phil?
yes, those squatters on Fighting Phil.
Did Fighting Phil ever have any problems before?
Occasionally, but they're typically pretty small.
Was Emerson your coworker? Was Miss Zilius your boss?
Technically,
Was Grace an OCIS officer?
yes.
When the roof panels came in, were you completely confident?
That was pretty confident.
And did that confidence fail you?
Kind of opinion.
Did Miss Zilius approve of the second lift?
Yes.
Were you given a green flag?
Yes.
And as an end result, were you sent to the ER because of the accident?
Can you please restate that question?
Were you sent to the ER for the accident?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
No,
Your Honor.
you step down. Any additional witnesses to be called by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense rest?
No, Your Honor.
Further witnesses or evidence to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, we rest.
Okay, then the defense has rested. Does the prosecution wish to have any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Does the prosecution rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will proceed to closing arguments. In this case, we reverse the order from the opening statements. The defense will go first. council needs any of the exhibits that have been offered as evidence, they are at the bench, you may make use of them. Closing statement if you wish.
Your Honor, we're resting.
Whatever you think best.
May it please the court and the members of the jury, before I proceed, and the members of the jury. Before I proceed, I would like to thank you for all your time, dedication to justice. And I know that after all has been presented today, that justice in fact will prevail. As my co-counsel Austin stated, my name is Deb. Our client, Tatum Zillius, today was on trial for murder of the 3rd degree, for both Grace Hopper and Arthur, also known as Artie Dent, that occurred on August 31st, 2012 at 3 p.m. Though the evidence of today's hearing is clearly supports the fact that Tatum is innocent, but as a far-fetched charges of a murder of any degree. Tatum is anything but a murderer. The crane of fighting stilts that fell and killed both Grace and Artie was used for Tatum's Project C. Tatum has been born homeless, and in this very trench was building affordable homes for poor people, Project Z. And the person that has been trying to destroy one of the people that have been trying to destroy Project Z, London Packer, is one of the many people that he is trying to find a home for. According to Commonwealth versus DiStefano, the Pennsylvania Criminal Code defines 3rd-degree murder as killing with malice. Malice consists of a wickedness occurring, according to this, consists of a wickedness, according to the state statute, based on the evidence presented today. It is clear that our client Tatum Zillius does not exclude wickedness of disposition or hardness of heart, both which are characteristics needed to qualify as 3rd-degree murder, according to the statute. Artie, however, was a mentally unstable individual who lived in the trench, and whose very own master plan and manifesto laid out in his plan to take down the crane, and also talking about being a martyr. Am I saying that right? Okay. In order to destroy privacy. It wasn't the first time he spoke of using his own life for the sake of taking down his project either. As London stated on the stand today, Artie was willing to go to extreme measures. As London stated in his witness statement, Artie was willing to go to extreme measures to destroy what Tatum so graciously was trying to do better than 3D AM. Why would Tatum be the one guilty when his sole purpose was to better the community? If Artie was not mentally stable with not taking his medications, then that would take him to drastic measures for if he's not thinking clearly. And Reese said in her witness statement that he thought that he did say that Tatum was a snake, but when she heard that she was being charged with murder, she thought it was just silly. And Emerson can't see, and for Emerson, there is no way that she can see clear faces almost 2 blocks in pouring rain. And it seems like a reasonable doubt to me. Members of the jury, do not send an innocent woman to prison. It is more than apparent based on the evidence in today's hearing, and Tatum's heart was in the right place to help his community in the trench. Sadly, Project Z was a target of an unstable man which in turn hurt two innocent people. Not at the hands of our client, Tatum Zillies. Do the right thing and vote not guilty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counselor. Prosecution, ready for their
Yes, Your
closing
Honor.
statement? You may proceed.
May it please the court, Your Honor and ladies of the jury, this case is about the deaths of two people and how the defendant Tatum Zillius is not only responsible for the deaths, but is also guilty of both counts of third-degree murder. Two past cases relate to our case today, the first of which is Commonwealth versus DeStefano, and it states that third-degree murder is any killing with malice that is not first or second-degree murder, and that third-degree murder requires no specific intent to kill, but instead the mental state of third-degree murder, which is malice. And in the case of Commonwealth versus Cottom, it defines malice for us. Malice consists of wickedness of disposition, hardness of heart, cruelty, recklessness of consequences in a mind regardless of social duty, although a particular person may not have been intended to be injured. Malice may be found where the defendant consciously disregarded an unjustified and extremely high risk that his actions might cause serious bodily injury. Many people have testified for us today, the first of which has been Emerson Turnkin. She said that the defendant has said, "I don't care if people get hurt. We can pay for that. We can pay for anything but time. This project is going to get done." She has said that Tatum Zillius' reputation was speed means profit, and getting stuff done was worth breaking a few rules. She has said that accidents increased after Tatum Zillius added a second shift, and that Miss Zillius knew the roofing panels were overrated. And when Miss Turnkin warned Tatum Zillius about the safety of the second lift, Miss Zillius didn't listen to her. And Emerson Turnkin has also stated that Tatum Zillius is the only person who can be held responsible for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Arby Dent. The second person to testify for us today has been London Packard. He has talked about the injuries that he observed on site and how he witnessed someone's foot get run over by a forklift and someone almost get electrocuted by live wires laying in a puddle on site. And he said that when he woke up on the day of August 31st, 2012, the day the crane collapsed, killing two people, that he realized Tatum Zillius was still going to live during the winds of Hurricane Isaac. Reese Dentner has also testified. He has said how Tatum Zillius had one of the worst safety records in the area. She has said that she saw people getting injured on site and that Tatum Zillius wasn't doing anything to prevent these injuries. She's also said that Tatum Zillius' site had nearly 3 times the national average of injuries for her construction site. Reese Dentner heard Tatum say something like how she could pay for anything but time and how time was the only thing that mattered. And Reese has said that Tatum was responsible for the deaths of Grace Hopper and Arby Dent. The defendant has also decided to testify for us today, and she has stated that she lifted without permission from the city. Miss Zillius did not have a mindset of a safe construction site. She literally said you can't make a construction site 100% safe, and trying to do that is a pointless waste of time and money. Miss Zillius got the overweight roofing panels because they don't cause damage to the environment. But in the memorandum of understanding, it says that if Project C was deemed to have an extremely low environmental impact, then Project C would receive up to an extra $100 per family per month that lives in her building. And Miss Zillius knew that the roofing panels were outside the safe tolerances described in Attachment A of 2,750 tons, but she still lifted them. And the defendant wanted to get the construction done quickly to earn more money. In the memorandum of understanding, it says that if Tatum Zillius got the construction done by the end of October 2012, then Project C would get $25 million. Miss Zillius was told that the lift would be safe if she got it done before the wind picked up, which was supposed to be in the evening. But she didn't think the weather report stating the wind coming early was a big deal. And Miss Zillius' safety worker for the site told Miss Zilius her concerns about the safety of the lift. And because Miss Zilius didn't listen to her, the safety worker, Grace Hopper, who worked for the Office of Construction Inspection and Safety, she is dead. And if Miss Zilius would have taken her concerns seriously, Grace Hopper and Artie Dent would still be alive today. As I've said earlier, malice consists of recklessness of consequences, although a particular person may not have been intended to be injured. The defendant, Tatum Zilius, wasn't concerned about the safety of her workers. She wanted to get the project done as quickly as possible. And Miss Zilius was heard to say, "I don't care if people get hurt. We can pay for that. We can pay for anything but time. This project is going to get done." Tatum Zilius wanted to earn the $25 million by finishing the project by the end of October. She wanted to use the overweight roofing panels to help the environment, to earn up to $100 per family per month that lives in her building. And she didn't intend for anyone to be injured, but she didn't consider that not postponing the lift could cost 2 people their lives. I have also said that malice may be found where the defendant consciously disregarded an unjustified and extremely high risk that his actions might cause serious bodily injury. Anyone who has worked in the construction field as long as the defendant, Tatum Zilius, has, would know that any construction lift has risk of injury. And Ms. Zilius has said you can't make a construction site 100% safe. And trying to do that is a pointless waste of a huge amount of time and money. The defendant knew that a construction site can't be 100% safe. So she would especially know that lifting above the crane's maximum capacity during hurricane winds has an extremely high risk that the lift could cause serious bodily injury, or in this case, the deaths of 2 people. Ladies of the jury, I urge you to find Tatum Zilius guilty of 2 counts of third-degree murder, and she be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Or else Tatum Zilius will go back into the construction field, but she won't have the mindset of safety for her workers. Instead, she'll try to get the construction done as quickly as possible to earn more money, which may just result in the deaths of more people and the loss of more lives. Thank you, ladies of the jury. Thank you, Your Honor. That is all.
Thank you, Counselor. The judge and the jury will call a recess now to deliberate. And we will call you back when we deliberate. Thank you.
All right. This court is now recessed.
Thank you. Are you guys on camera? Are they waiting? Yeah, we're waiting.
We are now in recess. The jury and the judge is going to deliberate, and we will come back with the results of both trials. Thank you.
I want to get it.
Most importantly is this one, 315.
Okay, hi everyone, not sure if you can hear me. So we have finished both rounds. What we're gonna do now is have all of the jurors complete their round 2 scores, and then they have to tally all the scores with the judge's score. So it will be a little bit of time. You can hang on. The video may be live or not. The judge usually likes to chat with the students at the end as well, before announcements are made, or maybe it's after. So hang tight. We have plenty of time. But you are certainly welcome to chat with your student now. I will get back their phones if that's necessary, and they can reach you, but it's not to pick up, it's just to chat. But thank you all for watching. And what you witnessed today was 20 8th grade students, equivalent 13, 14-year-olds, who made up the entire case. They wrote their own opening statements, closing statements. They wrote all the questions themselves. Even writing the answers that they wanted to get, they had to explore all that evidence, 10 different documents. and figure out how to use that. So that was a lot for them to endeavor. Thank you all for watching.
So the promo is good, the exhibits help, see, there are visual learners, there are visual learners, so some of the words are great. And some will be, you have no idea how these folks take the information, so you must present it both ways.
Oh, you know what?
Visually
My
and-
numbers are wrong. I forgot to.
You guys, you get one of my comments, yours is legit, I stopped because it's so important.
These buses are late.
Great piece of evidence. You misstated, you admit, oh, okay, sorry, but what's that? This is really important.
It's incredible how different they
So
are.
they're saying, oh, he put that to mistake, and then you turn it into.
Yeah, they don't set these questions, so.
Thank you, great job.
Yeah, like you can tell like their own process and their own little direction that they went. And everything, like it's, well, without the guidance of a judge, some of them would be like, what is happening?
Name call. That's very unprofessional.
Wait.
Oh.
Boys, there's some seats on the bench still. Go ahead and have a seat by the jury.
Okay, we're squishing each other now.
I mean, at least What's that, Grandma?
Exactly.
Going to the restroom? This is it. Are we live again?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
still
live?
live, yeah.
So my mom could see me.
Oh my gosh.
Hard to say. First of all, on behalf of these jurors and myself, we would like to congratulate you on a fantastic mock trial today. Good job. We know you've put in a lot of hard work for the last 15 weeks, and it definitely showed. As far as what I'm about to read for how you did, we will say how the points went for each individual, like for your teams as a total, but the judge will of course offer the verdicts for your trials. For round one, we would like to say that the defense won that round. And then for round two, the prosecution won their round. Blows and blows, just to offer you today, for myself, each of you spoke very well. You were knowledgeable about your case. It definitely came off that way. For the prosecution first round, it would have been a little more helpful if the case was more clear. We didn't understand what exactly you were asking us to make a verdict on. We didn't understand, like, what was the problem other than some negligence. So if it had been a little bit more clear, I think you would have gotten a better score. For the Jupiter Wednesday team, you did a really good job presenting your cases, and you were very knowledgeable with the objections and entering your evidence, all the finer points. So good job there. Do you have anything that you would like to add?
I think I would add that y'all were clearly submerged in this for a long period, and you worked, and this was amazing to watch for me personally. I was not privy to the same information you were, so some of the characters and some of the information that she just said, like I did get kind of lost in. I didn't realize that it was, the storm was named until the second one. There was different material that was presented in the second case that we didn't learn in the first one. So I think maybe assume some of the information because you were submerged in it and working through it. And I feel like some of your characters were really, really well developed. You answered the questions in that person very well. But just fantastic job.
I think you did a really great job. You definitely knew your case very well. Just my biggest piece of advice is try to make it really simple, because remember, your jurors know absolutely nothing when they come in. They don't know the names of the people. They don't know, who anyone is. They don't know your name. So the more you can simplify it and make it, I was a state attorney for a few years, and I never referred to the defendant by the name because no one could remember that. We always called the defendant the defendant. The defense didn't like that, but that's how I referred to the defendant. That's how, find the defendant guilty. Didn't matter what the defendant's name was. Every day for me, it was a different person. So think about how you can make things simple. And that would be, my piece of advice. But you guys definitely showed a whole lot of hard work, and you have learned a ton I wasn't doing this at your age, trust me. I was trying to remember the first time I did a mock trial, and it was like college, maybe. So congratulations, kudos to all of you. And it was just a very, very good day. Very, very knowledgeable.
What grade are you all in? No, seriously, what grade are you in? 8th grade. All right, I'm going to give you comments because I think you're operating at a 12th grade level, which would make it senior in high school. Just to follow up, making it simple. The problem that lawyers have, as well as people in mock court, is you literally have memorized the facts. I could literally go through each of you and we'd get every damn fact that was on there, every one. And you know it. But when the jurors are sitting there, they know nothing, zero. They have no idea what's going on. You must tell them what you know, and you have to put it in a way that they will understand. And like a newspaper heading, the headline, you need a headline. You used to call it a hook, whatever you want to call it. Either side has to have a hook, and it's got to be brief. My view was, as I was listening to prosecution, I have a prosecution background, I've got the defense, I've done both sides. My view of it would have been, I would have started off, this is a case about safety versus greed, because that's what it's about. And you want to highlight, we have all this money on one side, and that's what's really motivating to do stuff, and you're putting in all this trash about Corzilius has a lousy record and all of this. Is because she doesn't care. She only cares about the greed. And what about these poor people who are going to be affected by her decisions she makes? So it's got to be a couple. The other side will say something else. You must have a hook, and you're going to sell that theory to the jury. So once you have your hook, prosecution, this is safety versus greed. Greed triumphed over safety, or however you might want to put it. And then you tell the story as to how do I prove that? Well, because we have this and that and whatever. This is a very unusual fact pattern, a very difficult fact pattern, because it's not the typical criminal fact pattern. This is a point where the criminal law is just intersecting with civil side. Because you say, gee, I had an automobile accident, I was driving and I hit somebody because I blew my nose or I was changing the radio. And that's a civil case, and the person could have died, but it's still just a civil case. But when the conduct is so gross, is so reckless, so using that same analogy, I'm driving car, but I'm drunk. So now it's a DUI homicide. It becomes a crime. It's not civil because I have so recklessly disregarded circumstances, meaning I drank and I can't drive particularly well when I'm drunk. Or here, you're getting all the different sides going to Corzilius, and she just says, I don't really care, I just care about the money. That's the theme of the case. So you highlight all the things that person knew. The defense has to argue the reasonableness of the conduct, because that's what it's about. And you'd start off as, this is just a terrible situation. People died, there was a construction accident. But that's just it, it was an accident. And you would argue the accident piece of it. I think you'd lose, but that's your best argument. And as to the accident, you're saying, well, she relied upon the crane operator, she relied upon whomever to make the decision. On the flip of it, the prosecution, who gets a chance to cross-examine the defendant, which happens rarely, if you're following Minnesota, that cop didn't want to testify because he didn't want to have a prosecutor asking obvious questions and get answers that are going to hurt him. But here you have a defendant testifying, and you have an enormous amount of information that you can really pound the person with. I stopped someone because they got the time wrong, and it was 3:25, not 3 o'clock. That's critically important because you've got weather reports from the midnight before, from 12 o'clock at noon and 3:15, 10 minutes before these people died. I speak very slowly now, as all of you should, because we just can't take in all the information when we talk this fast. It's too much. So you literally go slowly. If you do wear glasses, you take them off every once in a while. It gives you the pause, because you're basically saying, all right, some of you jurors aren't as smart as I am, but this will go a little slower so you'll even get that. You don't say that, you're thinking. The jurors know nothing. You can't bombard them with all the facts that you know, because it's too fast. So you start off with, what's my version of the case? Either the prosecution or the defense. All right, what facts really kind of support one side? What facts support the other? Then the next piece, the prosecution on the second trial did much better. The defense on the second trial did much better. The facts are very skewed for prosecution. You're not going to get an acquittal in this case. You're just not. If you were the lawyer for this defendant, you should have tried to work out a plea deal. You analyze the case, say, I'm sorry, ma'am, you're going down here, and I'm a really good lawyer, but I'm not a magician. I can't make evidence disappear. So if you're showing responsibility for a particular person for what they did and their disregard of information, then put all the information in the person's pocket. Did you sign this contract? Yes, I did. Did you see, you've got this here. Did you see this? Yes. You had the warnings. Did you see this? Yes, I did. So if she's getting something that says you're on a permit and it was dated August 14th, and it's going to be 14 more days to put something in, and then within a month, they'll give you the okay, and that never happens, that witness is on the stand. So the first thing is, did you receive this? Yes, I did. And when you received this, what, if anything, did you do to change your view of whether that crane should be used? So if you ask the witness first, what are the factors that you use to determine your conduct, whatever it is? Why did you think you could drink 6 drinks and then go driving? Why did you think with all of this information you could still do this? You let them list it. And then you have other documents that list 3 other things that they should have. So when they say, well, I was making my decision on 1, 2, and 3, and then you have a document that says, well, you didn't do 4 and 5. You said, well, you didn't do 4 and 5, did you? Because you only said you did 3. That's how you can really cross-examine the defendant. That's why so few defendants take the stand. I thought you did an excellent job. It's a very, very difficult case. I have a couple other notes. So defense says, geez, we got all this really horrible evidence. What am I going to do? You don't just leave it. You don't leave it for the prosecution to bang with it for the first time. You've got to let the jury see it first. So you would even, if you had these weather reports, which are terrible, or the out of date, it hasn't been approved. You start off as a defense attorney in your opening. You're going to hear about X, which isn't, but it really isn't important to you because of whatever reason. Or the weather. She didn't get the 3rd report, which is only 10 minutes before. And the last one she had was 15 hours before. So you say you're going to receive this, but you'll find out, and your fact pattern says it, that she only saw the first 2, not the 3rd. So her conduct was reasonable based upon the information that she had. But you deal with bad stuff up front. And if you put her on the stand, so you've done it in opening, you then put her on the stand, you cross her in effect in your direct with the bad stuff that the prosecution is going to use. So that when they then do it, the jury says, oh yeah, we already heard this. This is the one she didn't get the weather report. And you take away the importance of really bad evidence. So when you look at a fact pattern, you say, I can't win this one. Well, you minimize some of the bad things the best you can. You come up with the theme. And here you were trying to she was trying to do good things for the people and create this. That message never came out as well as it might have by either defense team. And it wasn't an easy one. But you use what you have. You're really dealing not so much with the facts or the evidence, but just she's not a bad person. She's trying to do the best she could. And she really wanted to get this done. The problem is the contract has those different times and how much money you get. Very difficult to get past. But you should deal with that in opening and deal with that when you put her on the stand first and let her say, well, yes, that was certainly a factor because the money is used for blah, blah, blah. And then we can do another project to deal with homeless people. And that was or whatever you come up with. So you pull in what the other side is going to use, you try to neuter it the best you can, and you deal with it. That's my view. You guys did an excellent job. Very difficult fact pattern, very difficult fact pattern. And it's just hard to use it. What did you like best about it?
I like the volume and the volume.
Okay, Mr. Pinkback, since I don't remember names, so I got one too, so figure it out. What did you like about this?
Like everyone was prepared and they knew their roles and stuff.
Yes. Oh, last thing. Lawyers don't know this. A witness makes a statement. They write it all down. It's on whatever date. Then they come and testify, and you want to bring out what they've already said. You ask them the same questions. You can't bring in the thing. It's classic hearsay. And the only way you get to really use it is if in the auto accident, they write down, yes, the light was red. And they get on the witness stand and they say, well, the light was green. And then you say, do you recall giving a statement on such and such a date? Yes. And in that statement, didn't you say that the light was green or whatever the opposite is? And then they have to say yes. If they don't say yes, well, yeah, then you're allowed to show them. When they negate what you've shown them or told them, then you get to show it to them. Isn't it the fact that you actually wrote that? Yes. And then depending on the time frame, if it's a long period of time, you say, well, would you agree that your memory is better closer to the time of the event than later? And you have to say yes, because your memory doesn't get better with time, it gets worse. If there's a long gap, and so once you've got that, and you wanted it to be green from the statement instead of red, you won. You've made your point to the jury. But you have to confront the person with the contrary statement. You can't just say, I want to offer their statement of evidence. They're on the stand, they can testify. You can ask them everything that's in there. If they give you something that's different, then you can cross-examine or impeach by a prior inconsistent statement. But if they're giving the same statement, you can't use the previous one. Everybody makes that mistake, that's your. And you got a few years before you're gonna be trying cases. Does anybody have any questions? You're just happy you're done with it all? I think you guys did a really good job. Very difficult fact, very difficult. Did you enjoy yourself getting up and talking and doing all this stuff? I can see that. You guys did really well. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we make it next week? I'm sorry, questions? Anybody? Anything? Why did I pick up this tie? I don't know. When you're the judge, people have said, gee, that's a really nice tie. You think it's ugly. So there you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Dory, you're going to jail.
Oh, you guys are so great. Support is not adjourned. We wanted to thank those that took the time today. This is part of your education, but this is part of their time and their giving. So we wanted to say a little thank you to each one of them. Thank you for coming. Not you, thank you.
Is an anthurium, all right?
Oh my gosh.
The lady was
My mom, hi.
It is an anthurium, all right.
Great job. Right behind her. Okay, thank you so much.
I think she wants me to do that. Moving this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thanks very much for watching.
Can't believe they're in 8th grade.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Devin, thank you for coming here today. What? Yeah, Devin,
You cut that really good.